membership this year. There was a lot of conversation about different topics, and as usual, your board was very ambitious, dreaming about, oh, we could do this, this, and that, and you know, they were ambitious, but they delivered. I think we have a very exciting program, and please be engaged in the conversation. Speaking of conversation, we are going to webcast the presentation and the AGM. So we will have a few members across the nation that will log on. So we'll have to be very disciplined to speak to the microphone. And even for everyone that will be speaking here, please, you have to stand behind the podium because the camera is just pointing to the microphone. We cannot dance around the floor and shake hands everywhere. So having said that, again, welcome, and I'll ask Mark Graham to come to the podium and say a few words. Thank you very much, by the way, to the museum, again, to host the meeting. I think we're privileged to have access to a room like this every year. So, Mark.
Thank you, Clément. Clément and I were discussing briefly before the meeting how we had to go to makeup and have special haircuts just for this because we knew we were going to be on the web today. So it's a lot of preparation work. Well, good morning, everybody. Bonjour, Madame et Monsieur, et bienvenue au Musée canadien de la nature. It's a pleasure for us to host this meeting and to continue our support for the Secretariat of the Canadian Committee. I'm going to give a few brief welcoming comments on behalf of Meg Beckel, our president, who wishes she could be here, but she is out of town today on other business. I noticed from the agenda today that we're going to dwell on some of the IUCN World Parks Congress events. So I'm going to link my comments to that in some ways, because the museum had the very good fortune to take part in that meeting in Australia, in particular the theme about engaging a new generation. That's relevant to us because museums are at a unique position to be at the crossroads between where new knowledge is generated, but also delivering science stories in an understandable way that can really inspire the general public. So the museum has a long history of doing research, and we have a long history of having expertise in the Arctic and in the realm of species discovery. And we've recently launched 2 research centers in those areas that we hope will help to promote our discoveries of new knowledge. We also hope to attract young experts into those research centers to work with us in the studies that we're conducting, including our current search for a postdoctoral fellow who has expertise in Arctic marine biology. So that search is on right now. We've got some promising candidates who have applied, and we hope to be able to announce that person soon. That's a position that was made possible through the generosity of the Garfield Weston Foundation. So to learn more about our 2 centers of research excellence and our staff experts who are attached to those things, you should visit our website because we've just renovated all of the web pages related to research and collections there. Continuing a little bit with the Arctic, the museum has made some real progress in forming an alliance of natural history museums of the Arctic. So that group of museum leaders is focusing on research collaborations and best practices relating to digitization of collections data and outreach. We've made significant progress with the digitization of our collection data in creating free access to over 25% of our national collection. And again, you can see that through the renovated web pages. There is a portal there that connects you to all of that digitized data. And we really thought that that would be pretty much solely useful to the science community. But we've recently, and the thing's only been up and running as a portal for a few months really, we've had some nice examples of how even the general public enthusiasts have been using that portal for their own interests. And there's a recent blog posting on our website. Does it sound like I'm promoting our website a lot? If you want to read about how the public really is using that database as well. We've recently followed the good example of Parks Canada and others and worked in partnership with the Royal Canadian Geographical Society to create a giant floor map. and in our case, a giant floor map about the natural history of the Arctic. This project aims to engage school students across Canada with unconventional teaching aids, like things that would fill a room this big on the floor, real specimens from the Arctic, and free access. It's a great program. The lesson plans for that project are nearing completion, and even before the map is actually available, we've already got 35 bookings, so it's very promising. Finally, we've created a new traveling exhibit in partnership with Science North about life in the Arctic, and it's called Arctic Voices. It's a traveling exhibition that we know will engage Canadians for many years. And the traveling exhibit is a precursor to a permanent exhibit about the natural history of the Arctic that we will install here and open for Canada in the year 2017. So that's a few brief comments, and with that, I wish you all a productive meeting. Je vous souhaite une bonne réunion. Merci.
Good morning. I'm Kelly Tork. I'm with Environment Canada's Canadian Wildlife Service, and I'm just going to give you a bit of an overview of the National Conservation Plan and focus particularly on some of the new investments and initiatives that'll be, I think, of interest to everyone. Bonjour encore. Thanks again for your patience. So the National Conservation Plan is a federal initiative that was launched in May of 2014 by the Prime Minister. And it features an investment of just over $250 million over 5 years for conservation-related work. Some of the details of the plan have been sort of coming out since that launch, and I'll review those to you now, with you now. Firmly pressing. Oh, it worked. So the National Conservation Plan is really builds on a lot of the conservation-related work initiatives and programs that have been in place for some time, and some of those particularly that have been particularly successful on the federal side. The vision of the plan is indicated here on the slide, and it's essentially to contribute to a stronger Canada, a country that cares about the conservation of its natural heritage and where citizens can enjoy the beauty of our environment from coast to coast to coast. So it's really got a very broad overarching vision. And as I mentioned, is building on ongoing initiatives, as well as recognizing particularly that there's a lot of work being done by a lot of people, and that there are opportunities to kind of strengthen and continue to support a lot of the good work that's happening on the ground across the country. The NCP came out, as I mentioned, in May 2014. Just prior to the launch of the NCP, there were also some federal investments that were announced through Budget 2014 that also contribute to the vision and goals of the National Conservation Plan, and that included things like investments in the Recreational Fisheries Partnership Program and sort of renewal and extension of that funding initiative, and changes to the Ecological Gifts Program, which supports donations of ecologically sensitive land. So that all together really builds and contributes to what this National Conservation Plan is intended to achieve. In developing the National Conservation Plan, there was a lot of interest in not only looking at conserved and protected areas, but really looking as well at stewardship on the landscape and seascape. So looking at working landscapes, including agricultural lands. In addition, as I mentioned, really supporting kind of on-the-ground action results. So you'll see that a lot of the initiatives under the NCP are really partnership-based and really supporting action by folks close to the ground who are well positioned to make a difference. 3 priority areas or sort of theme areas under the National Conservation Plan. In sort of shorthand, those are conserve, restore, and connect. So in more detail, it's really looking at conserving lands and waters, safeguarding and enhancing biodiversity and ecosystems. So I won't read through every word here, so you can see it on the screen. Restoring ecosystems. And there's an element there not only of ecosystem restoration, but also species at risk recovery and restoration of the health of broader ecosystems and species. As well as connecting Canadians to nature, which will be a theme that's quite familiar, I think, to all of you in the room, and really builds on and draws from work that's been happening through a number of mechanisms in terms of that interest and need to connect Canadians to nature and build that next generation of stewards. So in each of these priority areas, there are particular programs or investments. So I'll just walk through those in a little bit more detail. So under the first area, which is about conserving lands and waters, there are three kind of key sort of sections of investment. The first relates to marine and coastal conservation. So part of the National Conservation Plan includes an investment of $37 million over 5 years to enhance and advance work related to the oceans. So the focus there, there's three components there. A great deal of that is work that's being led through the Department of Fisheries and Oceans related to managing, monitoring, and establishing federal marine protected areas. As well, from an Environment Canada point of view, investments from Environment Canada to build on the successful work through the Health of the Oceans initiative that was in place for a number of years, and looking at enhancing and continuing and expanding work in the Gulf of Maine ecosystem in particular. So Environment Canada in our Atlantic region is continuing to champion and advance work in the Gulf of Maine, particularly related to science, research, and monitoring in that ecosystem, as well as planning and coordination with key groups, other governments, as well as the US. And finally, as part of the strengthening marine conservation, there's also ongoing work being led by Environment Canada related to the Scott Islands Marine National Wildlife Area. The second component of work under the conserve theme relates to the Natural Areas Conservation Program. So some of you may be familiar with that program that's administered by the Nature Conservancy of Canada. And it's a program that's been in place for a number of years, since about 2007, and has been renewed a couple of times. So from a federal perspective, before the National Conservation Plan, there was about $245 million that have been invested to date in that partnership program. And it really aims at securing ecologically sensitive or significant lands in southern Canada for the long term. So the Nature Conservancy of Canada, as well as other partners such as Ducks Unlimited Canada and other qualified organizations and land trusts, it's an additional investment and a renewal of that program, an extension of the program for another $100 million investment to continue and expand that work for securing lands. Finally, under conserve, the third kind of initiative relates to developing a national inventory of public and private conservation lands across Canada. So many of you are, I'm sure, familiar with the Conservation Areas Reporting and Tracking System. This is really building on and complementing the information and trying to beef up the information that's available across Canada, particularly for private land. So it can be challenging for smaller organizations to be able to provide sort of the geospatial data and detailed information that's needed to get a real clear picture of where there are conserved lands across Canada. So this is an investment that Environment Canada is leading and working with partners and with other jurisdictions, and particularly with organizations to collect and gather the geospatial data that gives a much clearer picture and will allow people collectively to get a sense of what the networks are and what the broader sense of private conserved lands are in Canada, to support planning, but also to kind of recognize the efforts that are being made by folks across the country. Second theme is restoring Canada's ecosystems. Two key investments there. So the first is a $50 million over 5-year investment in a new National Wetland Conservation Fund. So it's funding support to partners to enable action in projects related to restoring drained, degraded, or lost wetlands. And there's a real recognition that obviously wetlands are biodiversity hotspots. There's a lot of pressure on wetlands in Canada, and that they provide incredible ecological good services in terms of flood mitigation and water purification, etc. So a real investment in looking at looking at means to take practical action to restore wetlands across the country. So this is a funding program, an application-based funding program. In the current fiscal year, so we kind of go by fiscal years, in 2014-15, the fund was launched back in the summer. And so far there have been 53 projects that have been approved through the National Wetland Conservation Fund for this fiscal year. There's another round of project funding that's just being evaluated now. Related to the second bullet, supporting voluntary actions to restore and conserve species at risk in their habitats. Again, that's another $50 million chunk, which includes a number of things. So key thing, some of you may be familiar with the Habitat Stewardship Program, as well as the Aboriginal Fund for Species at Risk. So those are two funding programs that Environment Canada administers in cooperation with our colleagues in Department of Fisheries and Oceans and Parks Canada, related to restoring and taking actions to recover species at risk. So those are existing, very well-established and quite successful programs. And in looking at options under the National Conservation Program, there was a lot of interest in being able to maintain and expand on those programs. They tend to be oversubscribed. There's a lot of demand for project support in areas across the country. So under the National Conservation Plan, additional funds have been invested to kind of top up a little bit the funding that's available through both of those programs. But in addition, they've been expanded in terms of scope of projects that are considered. So particularly for the Habitat Stewardship Fund and the Aboriginal Fund for Species at Risk, there's a new prevention stream, we're calling it, that's been introduced. So it allows really trying to prevent other species from becoming a conservation concern. So while traditionally the focus of the HSP, we call it Habitat Stewardship Program, and AFSAR have been really on specific species, habitat for specific species that are currently listed under the Federal Species at Risk Act as being at risk. This is really trying to get ahead of that and allow good stewardship of habitat and species to prevent other species from becoming listed or becoming a conservation concern. So it's sort of that prevention stream. So what it does is allow a little bit more flexibility in terms of the nature of stewardship projects that can be supported. In addition, it's not on the slide there, but part of the focus under the National Conservation Plan, this component is also looking at exploring innovative ways to work, particularly with agricultural producers, recognizing that agricultural lands, agricultural lands are quite unique, and that there's opportunities for stewardship on agricultural lands to enhance habitat and reduce impacts on species. In that sense, Environment Canada has been exploring approaches with agricultural producers to look at voluntary stewardship actions that can be taken on agricultural lands, particularly to support critical habitat for listed species. So there's a number of approaches that are being explored directly, both with our provincial colleagues as well as with agricultural organizations and producers in different parts of the country to see how that critical habitat conservation and protection can be achieved through voluntary stewardship approaches. And finally, connecting Canadians to nature. So two elements there, well, three elements really. Under the first component, connecting urban Canadians to nature. So Environment Canada has in fact announced 10 of its national wildlife areas where additional investments will be made to improve infrastructure and access and for Canadians to particularly a selected number of national wildlife areas where that can, first of all, are suited for increased public access while maintaining the ecological integrity of the sites, but also to just make it easier for Canadians to enjoy those spaces in a balanced way. So infrastructure, signage, etc., and trails, so that some of the national wildlife areas that are near some urban centers or accessible by urban areas can be more accessible and encouraged. So that's a pretty exciting development from an Environment Canada point of view. In addition, Parks Canada agency is looking at ways to encourage Canadians in urban spaces to kind of connect more with nature and green spaces in their communities. So details on that will be coming out in the next few months. The other component under the Connecting Canadians theme is related to support for Earth Rangers. So some of you may be familiar with Earth Rangers. I don't know that we have any Earth Rangers reps with us now, but an investment to support the expansion and extension of the family-oriented sort of conservation programming that Earth Rangers does. So there's a focus there mainly on allowing them to visit more schools, to particularly reach out to northern communities as well as French-speaking communities. So it's really support to continue the good work that they do in educating and engaging youth in conservation and wildlife issues. So that's where we are in terms of many of the funding programs in particular. The project proposals and recommendations for the National Wetland Conservation Fund, as well as the Habitat Stewardship Program, as well as the Aboriginal Fund for Species at Risk, as well as Gulf of Maine proposals for projects in support of work in the Gulf of Maine are in process of being kind of evaluated and reviewed. So that's happening right now. But generally, these will be annual funding calls for funding. So for Habitat Stewardship Program, the Wetlands Fund, and AFSAR, that will happen. The next sort of call for proposals will be next fall. For Gulf of Maine, in fact, I think there will be a call as early as this spring for multi-year funding projects under that initiative. As I mentioned, more information on a couple of the initiatives will be coming in the next little bit. So that includes Parks Canada-led work related to Connecting Canadians, as well as more details on the marine components of the Strengthening Marine and Coastal Conservation being led by DFO. And just a little bit of a plug for the NCP website, which is listed there, that will also kind of provide additional information as new details are available. For the funding programs themselves, those that are administered by Environment Canada, I would just mention that most of those are being led through the Canadian Wildlife Services regional offices. So for those of you who are outside of the National Capital Region, or familiar with your Environment Canada or Canadian Wildlife Service offices, they are also good go-to people to get the latest and greatest information about funding opportunities. And that's it. So I'll pause there and welcome any questions.
Hi.
Oh, hi.
Hi. Sorry.
Hi.
I know we had to come to the mic. My question is about the National Conservation Plan is previous programs that have existed in the Canadian Wildlife Service, particularly ones that are federal, provincial, and international with the United States and Mexico, specifically the North American Waterfowl Management Plan, which has been doing a lot of the very same kind of work that this is talking about. So there's a lot of experience there about working with agriculture owners and so on. Is that folded in to this particular program? And so it more or less continues on its own as part of this, or how does that function?
Okay, that's a great question. So then I'll speak particularly to the new the Wetland Conservation Fund. So there was work done over the summer to design a little bit how the priority setting ought to take place in terms of selecting projects related to the Wetland Conservation Fund. So a key consideration was particularly recognizing that through the Habitat joint ventures under the North American Waterfowl Management Plan and through other initiatives, there were already priority areas or priority sort of issues or species that had been identified. In fact, in developing the fund, there were conversations that happened within the NAWAMP kind of community, and they were sort of pulled in, as well as sort of the provincial reps on there. Because what we're looking at is really complementing and building on the work that's already happened. So that being said, there were a number of the intent of the Wetland Fund is really to build on and support broader planning work and priorities that have already been identified. So one of the considerations in the project evaluation is is this an area or project that has already been identified as a priority under, for example, NAWAMP joint ventures, and or is it is an area that includes as a migratory bird kind of priority through the bird conservation regional strategies? Is it something that has been identified at the provincial or municipal level as a priority kind of watershed in terms of the watershed management plans that they have? So we've really tried to look at drawing on and not reinventing the wheel in terms of new priorities, but rather factoring those into the selection process. Is that Mr. Woodley?
Hi. My question is around objectives for the plan, because most plans at least have objectives, and I have a hard time seeing objectives in the plan and wondering how the success of the plan will be measured against what. So that's one question. And then is there any connection with the ACHI targets and the Canadian goals there?
Thanks. So that's sort of, those are related. My answer is going to be somewhat related, actually. So in part, certainly the National Conservation Plan is seen as part of the federal contribution to advancing progress domestically towards both the proposed Canadian targets and the global targets. So there's a very direct correlation that can be made to each of the initiatives that I'd mentioned to one of the proposed Canadian targets. So, for example, Target 1 in the Canadian targets is sort of a corollary to the IT Target 11 in terms of 17% terrestrial and inland waters and 10% marine coastal. So the investment in strengthening marine coastal conservation is intended to support progress on the marine conservation target. The additional investment under the Natural Areas Conservation Program also supports progress towards that Target 1. So there's very consciously trying to ensure that there is a link there. Similarly, one of the Canadian targets relates to wetland conservation. So again, the Wetland Fund very directly supports that. Canadian Target 2 is all about species, maintaining healthy populations of species and recovering species at risk. So again, that restore sort of theme and the investments there under the stewardship funding is again linked directly to that. There are, generally, within the Canadian, proposed Canadian targets, there are some indicators associated with those. So in the Connecting Canadians, indicators in terms of parks visitation and other things. The objectives overall on the National Conservation Plan, there are some anticipated outcomes related to the area expected to be conserved and restored, particularly under the Natural Areas Conservation Program. And it's really about sort of the broader engagement and ensuring there are as many kind of people involved and getting that practical on the ground outcomes. So we will be tracking the extent to which, through the various funding programs, what the outcomes will be associated with area conserved or restored, number of species that benefit, which is very similar and really kind of building on the kind of program indicators that we have related to the existing programs.
Good morning, and thank you very much. Just to follow on the question, I'm assuming then that there's going to be good eligibility for provincial and territorial agencies that are governmental to access the funding. I asked that in the context of infrastructure funding, where there was great access and the provinces made terrific hay, not real hay, but terrific hay out of it. And so I'm hopeful that in your evaluation ongoing that you're able to look at provincial territorial submissions as a key component of not only reaching those domestic targets, of course, but finding the broader reach where perhaps the federal government's unable to go.
And the quick answer is definitely yes. So provinces and territories are eligible for funding under, are eligible, as they have been in the past under the Habitat Stewardship Program. They are certainly eligible project proponents, and I know that even in the first round there have been some provinces who have taken advantage of that opportunity. We have communicated quite widely within the kind of existing networks that we have with provinces and territories, things like the Biodiversity Steering Group and the Biodiversity Working Groups, as well as the Parks Council, what some of the kind of projects and opportunities are. And we certainly encourage provincial and territorial governments to kind of be, partnering with us. So yeah, definitely. Okay, merci beaucoup.
Mike Wong will chair the next session on the promise of Sydney. So, Mike, if you want to come here, please. Another detail, if you're going to the microphone for asking a question, please introduce yourself, your name, and what organization you're affiliated to. That will be of interest for everyone in the room. Thank you.
Okay, merci, Clément. My name is Mike Wong, Vice President of the Canadian Committee of the IUCN. The next session, we will be having presentations and discussions on the product that came out of the World Parks Congress, the Promise of Sydney. Just want to see a show of hands. Who actually participated in the World Parks Congress? So as we can see, we have quite a few participants who attended the once in a decade event. And just want to highlight the Canadian leadership in this area. And we're lucky enough to have several of the stream leaders with us today, including Stephen Woodley, who was one of the key leaders for Stream 1, Karen Keenlyside and Nick Lopikine for Stream 8. In addition to that, we have some youth delegates sponsored by the Canadian Committee of the IUCN, our global youth ambassadors. Several of them are here, Shaylin and Mila, and I believe a few are online, Elise, Curly, and Claire DeLong. Without further ado, I'm going to ask Frank Hawkins, who is with the IUCN office in Washington, to give us a quick overview on the Promise of Sydney. Frank?
Merci Mike. Bonjour, un plaisir d'être parmi vous. Thank you very much for having me here. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm Frank Hawkins. I'm the director of the IUCN office in Washington, D.C. And there we work on policy issues to do with US-based and North American-based organizations. I spend a lot of time doing things like talking to the World Bank and the US government. But it's also a great pleasure for me to come here and hear about what the Canadian Committee of IUCN does. It's a great driver of a different perspective of IUCN in North America. So it's very refreshing for me to see how you're thinking and what progress is being made. I wanted to give you a very quick update on where we are going with the Promise of Sydney. This is intended to be the thing that aligns the outputs from the World Parks Congress over the next 10 years. And it's been the subject of quite a lot of discussion in my office and elsewhere because there's a specific effort to make it relevant for a constituency that is outside as well as within IUCN. And the coordinator of this effort, Alison Greenberg, is based in the office next to mine in Washington. And she offered me the opportunity to show you a couple of slides that illustrate where that thinking has gone in the last few weeks. So I'm going to try this technology with a due sense of trepidation. Well, no. Okay, once again, mastered by technology. So the purpose of the Promise of Sydney is laid out according to these 5 pillars you see on the screen. And they kind of address some of the composite issues that were brought up by the different streams and the cross-cutting issues that we addressed in Sydney. So focusing on the value of parks to humanity, the notion of efficiency of delivery, increasing the contributions that can invest in parks from where they are now to a much wider set of sectors. Ensure that the parks are integrated into global policies better, and tie them all back into the Aichi targets. And then to make the point globally that we can't just afford to be draining the earth of natural capital. We've got to make sure that we invest in things like protected areas, because this is all stuff that is under intense debate at the moment. And the purpose I have in showing you this is not to work through it in detail and tell you what's been decided. The purpose I have really is to encourage you to become more involved. And the way to do that is to look at the stuff that's available online about this on the World Parks Congress website, which is not dead by any means. There's a whole set of pieces of the World Parks website devoted to the content that you've already seen, that has already happened, but it's also a live site that is holding all the material that's going into the Promise of Sydney. And that's what these links refer to below. But you can see what the kind of overall orientation of these 4 pillars is intended to achieve. Now, there's a lot of discussion currently in IUCN about how we formulate our quadrennial program for the next post-World Conservation Congress. Now, that'll come, we'll have a discussion about that a bit later today, but what we want to happen with the Promise of Sydney is that feeds in a strategic fashion into the debate over what IUCN does after the World Conservation Congress, and therefore into the actual agenda of the World Conservation Congress in Hawaii in 2016. So where we are at the moment in that process is that we're doing the situation analysis. Next week there's a program writing week with the new Director General and people from the Secretariat, a lot of partners as well. That will happen. That'll give us work to do over the first 2 quarters of this year. And there'll be an activation and validation phase for the rest of this year, which will take the results of that consultation and actually put it into language that we can then formulate, that will then go into the, that's probably the last slide, that will then go into the, what will be presented at the World Conservation Congress in Hawaii in 2016. So please, I encourage you, in whatever way you can, to make available to the wider IUCN network what it is you think is of importance for us to be addressing that came out of Sydney, that is currently inadequately expressed in our strategic direction, but that you think will make IUCN more important and more relevant in the future. And what the initial way to do this is to consult with the material that's on the internet, on the World Parks Congress website, and then to let me and others know about what we should be telling the rest of the Secretariat in the process you see outlined here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Frank. And again, just like to reiterate Frank's comment that there are a lot of recommendations that came that's attached to the Promise of Sydney. Encourage everyone to go to the IUCN website to review these and provide your input in your area of interest. Right now, I'm going to ask Stephen Woodley to provide us with an overview of the conservation streams that took place at the World Parks Congress. And I believe a couple of sessions will have videos attached, so we'll ask ask for some technical help when we get to those stages.
Thanks, Mike, and good morning, everybody. This microphone seemed a bit dim to me. Can everybody hear? Okay, good. Oh, I better get my glasses. Okay, so basically this was a really big show. The people who were there know this was a big show. There was a huge opening ceremony. There was an all-day plenary, all day, 3 parallel sub-plenaries. Then we broke up into themes and streams, of which there was a total of 12 themes and streams, and we had 315 workshops, each lasting 90 minutes. There were 7 world leaders dialogues. There were 6 pavilions, and each of those is running a steady stream of events. There were 500 e-posters, and that was a new one for me, e-posters, but it seemed to work really well. Essentially around a giant computer screen, and people did mini presentations of clusters of 15 to 50 people around these e-poster machines, and then finally a closing plenary. So this was a big show by anybody's standard. What were the wonderful and not so wonderful things about this? There were 5 or 6, I've heard both numbers, there's 5,000 people listed on the website, but from 168 countries, so this truly was a global gathering. On a personal note, and this is to Nick Loppeking, when Nick was elected chair of the WCPA about 10 years ago, the star of protected areas had dimmed significantly within the IUCN. And I think for IUCN, this was really a declaration that protected areas were finally back. There was a lot of building work done. This was a big and rich program. There were, I think, a dozen heads of state came. There were something like 35 ministers of environment or that level. There were good promises. So I think that from that perspective, this was a really successful World Parks Congress. The conservation pledges, I've not seen them all listed. I kept my own list, but there were some really important conservation pledges made by countries. We did get some high-profile press coverage, like a great article in the New York Times. There were great sessions, and overall, I think this did meet the objective of pushing the agenda. Not everything was rosy. In brown there is a list of the complaints that I heard, and often. It was very costly to register, very costly to do side events, to have food, all that kind of stuff. It was supposed to be a paperless Congress, which is a really wonderful idea, but the bloody Wi-Fi didn't work, so that drove people crazy. The venue was awkward. The Sydney Olympic Park was built for the Olympics and not for a Congress, and it was awkward. There was way too much to take in. I'm sure I have a snapshot in my head of what happened here, and everybody else who went has a very different perspective of what happened. The Promise of Sydney process, which Frank just outlined, was awkward. All the people trying to contribute to it felt it was awkward, and we still have a lot of work to do to make it a program between now and then. We have the vision piece built in, and I'm going to go over, and Karen's going to go over the sub-elements of that from a stream perspective, but it was awkward. And then there were some major logistical failures, notably the barbecue, which ran out after about 20% of the people had arrived at the end. So, reaching conservation goals. So this is really one of 8 streams, reaching conservation goals. It in itself had 53 sessions. So there were plenaries, workshops, panels, training, side events. I'm going to highlight some of the key launches that came out of this. First and foremost, the Protected Planet Report. And this is the second Protected Planet Report. It's online, and I'm going to go through some of the findings from the Protected Planet Report. Very important document. Second, the Green List of Protected Areas Standard was launched, and it was launched to great fanfare. A lot of countries are really into this. So this is a standard for when a protected area is well managed. It's been a huge initiative in the last couple of years. It has, as far as I know, no traction in Canada, but it might have traction in Canada. But this was launched to great fanfare. The first certificates were given out, and it was an important event. There was a global survey of conservation needs done by ZSL, Zoological Society of London. I'm going to talk about some of the results of that. There was a new book for protected area managers launched, and this is an e-book. It's going to be free, available online, and really it was a huge global effort led by Graham Warboys to get this out, and it will be online, I think, next week. It was launched, and he actually had a physical copy. It's a brick, but that's an important contribution. There was two consultation drafts that were presented and consulted on there. One was a new global standard for key biodiversity areas, and this is a way to identify areas which are irreplaceable in the world for biodiversity. You might know them in Canada as important bird areas, but this is a way to consolidate important bird areas with important plant areas, important amphibian areas, etc., under one global standard. And finally, there is a guide for protected area managers for managing with climate change. There's a huge interest in that. This is out for consultation now, and if you're interested in consulting or commenting on this, or providing case studies, please come see me at this meeting. So I've got a video, and this video was the way, it's a cartoon, and it's the way we launched Stream 1. So roll it, please. We were trying to inject a little right brain into this enterprise. So that it wasn't, especially with Stream 1, because we were kind of the science and conservation stream. So here's our opening.
Once upon a time, the world was clean and green and the plants and animals lived happily. That is a myth, but one we like. The myth had many names in different cultures. The Western world called it the Garden of Eden. Then along came humans who spread around the world, controlled fire and invented tools, weapons, agriculture and civilization. The world started to change quickly. Species started to disappear. With the Industrial Revolution, change really accelerated. Fossil fuels enabled us to transform the world. As nature disappeared, we still loved nature, we worshipped nature and even protected nature for rich people to hunt in. But nature continued to disappear. Cultures became global and human population rose to 7 billion. So we need to get serious about saving nature. We know we are a part of nature. What happens to nature happens to us. We love nature. It's the basis of our art and culture, but we have become disconnected from it. We know that well-managed protected areas work to save nature. A global study of marine protected areas found that effectively managed areas had more large fish. The modern protected area movement has a long and proud tradition. From early models of government-run protected areas, we have seen an expansion to a great diversity of types of protected areas managed by local communities, Indigenous people and private individuals. But this has not been enough to stop the decline in nature. We have been trying to set conservation goals for saving nature, although history has shown that we have mostly failed to meet these goals in practice. Our latest attempt at goals is something called the Convention on Biological Diversity. It has a set of 20 targets to save nature. Target 11 is all about a comprehensive system of protected areas that are in the right places, are connected, well managed and actually work to conserve nature. And yes, we want this new goal by the year 2020. This is the biggest target yet. It is the target. It is why we are here to make it happen. Protected areas are the best ways to protect nature and provide benefit to people. If we use protected areas well, we can stay in the web of life too. Target 11 is a great first step and we really need to make it happen. But it's only a first step. We need to get out of setting political targets and move to nature-based targets so we can have a really sustainable relationship between nature and people. At this gathering, there are people who know about protected areas. We are people who love nature, who have experience in saving nature, who know science, and who know people. Let's be creative and set a new path for the world.
Those numbers, because there is such a global interest. On the terrestrial target, we're at 15.4 to get to 17. And on the oceans, at least in coastal waters, many countries have made great strides. So we're up in the order of 8.4% in coastal waters. But if you look at how the distribution of this on land, it's very patchy. We have some places, those dark green areas that have, at least on paper, high levels of conservation, and areas that have relatively lower levels of conservation, including Canada, I might add. We're a long way from getting close to our protected area, even the percentage targets. So the representativity is highly patchy, and the patchiness is in places like temperate grasslands where we only have 4.5%, or subtropical dry where we're only at 9.6% as the worst biomes. If you look at the marine, again, if you look at the coastal parts, the coastal ecozones, we are, again, have a really mixed distribution. Some countries are doing very well. Other countries, including Canada, are doing not well at all in terms of moving towards this targets. And on the high seas, we only meet 2 of 37 pelagic provinces meet the 10 targets, 2 of 37. So we have an enormous legal and practical conservation challenge on the high seas. When you move to effectively and equitably managed, we had several workshops on Stream 1 on this. Are we actually measuring whether or not protected areas work to save nature? Are they protecting biodiversity? And the results are a little bit discouraging in that we haven't measured this well at all. As a globe, we have not measured whether or not these places that we've set up are indeed working relative to some benchmark. This is a graph of the Living Planet Index. Who knows the Living Planet Index report in this room? Surprisingly small number. It's put out by ZSL. I highly recommend that you read it. There's a new one launched this year. It is basically a basket of species populations from around the world that are, through some mathematical trickery, put together into one index. So there's a terrestrial index, a marine index, and indexes by biome. Globally, on land, since 1970, the average populations of wildlife that we measure have declined 57%. 57% since 1970. So this is a comparator for protected areas. These are all the populations that are measured on land in protected areas. And it shows a decline of 18%. So that's way better than 57%, but it's still a decline since 1970. And this is one of the findings that came out of the Protected Planet report. So highly recommended Living Planet report and that Protected Planet report. So what is needed to meet Target 11? These were the recommendations that came out of UNEP WCMC, and they had a consultation committee on them, and they're very much aligned with the broader conclusions that came out of Stream 1. We've really, as a planet, we've really got to get our act together here. We're on target to meet percentage targets, but we're not on target to meet the other elements of ACHI Target 11 by 2020. The main issues are funding. There's huge connectivity problems, et cetera. I'll get into those a little bit more. So we'll switch gears here for a minute and then go to this survey that was done by the Zoological Society of London. And they basically said, okay, we wanted to know how much nature should be conserved according to citizens of the planet. So they actually did a statistically random survey of a number of countries representing the planet and asked people how much should be protected. Because all of these targets that we have, including the ACHI targets, were done by folks like you, so-called experts who gathered together at these processes and came up with these numbers. Everybody knows they're political numbers. Everybody knows that. So they did this question. There's 7 countries that represent the planet. They had 7,000 questionnaires completed. This was a big job. What are the results? First of all, if you ask the planet, and these are citizens on the streets, these aren't people that were pre-selected. Everybody thinks protected areas are important. It's astonishing. I don't know if you could ask a question about anything else, maybe motherhood, and get these kinds of these kinds of answers. But how much should be protected is this is, to me at least, the astonishing figures. They're in the 40, 50, 60, and even 70% range. How much should be protected for nature? What's that? Oh, damn. Okay, it shows on mine. That's interesting. Okay, so basically, it's United States, Brazil, England, India, what else we got here? China, and then in the lower corner, Australia and South Africa. So the figures give the percentage of people or the percentage of area that people said should be protected. And if you go to marine, it's an even worse slide on this screen. but marine, you get similar kinds of numbers, all right? 40, 50, 60, 70% numbers. And these are statistically significant samples. No, this one's better. So when asked why are protected areas important to you personally, here's the distribution of the results. They're quite common from around the world. The interesting thing from my perspective was when you ask people what are the most important, their number one is protecting wildlife. The number one reason for protected areas is protecting wildlife. Two is natural beauty, etc. All the reasons are important that are given here, including economic benefits and connecting with nature. But when you ask governments, you get a different distribution. So in some ways, this might not surprise this room, but there's a difference between what governments think and what people think around protected areas, and it came out quite strongly in this survey. So here's the summary. People want 50% of the land and ocean protected. And to many people at first blush, this is an astonishing figure. But it's this level of conservation is being championed by lots of people around the world, including the Canadian Parks and Wilderness Society. Here in Canada, E.O. Wilson came out with this position recently. Now the Zoological Society of London, etc. So that's considerably more than what the global targets are. And when asked, people thought like, oh, I thought there was way more protected than 15 and 8% currently. I thought it was more like 30% was protected. And this is, again, these are people on the street. These are people who don't know. And if you've ever been involved with blind questions on people on the street, if you look at Rick Mercer's Talking to Americans or something like that, there's not necessarily a lot of knowledge out there, and these answers were quite dramatic. Some other things that people think protected areas are most important for conservation of wildlife and habitats, but subtle differences and other values exist in developing and undeveloped countries. More emphasis on economics in developing countries. For those who use protected areas, they may create more positive values, but country factors are probably more important in this. So simply using protected areas doesn't necessarily indicate support in this survey. And ZSL plans to continue this work. They plan to extend the survey to more countries and to more people, beyond the online community, and to inform national policy and to help us understand global patterns. So we're going to have a second video, and this is ZSL's video on this. If you could cue that up, please. And I know this will take a few seconds to get queued up. But this survey is available online.
50%.
Anything between 40 or 50% would seem fair.
Around 40% for nature.
Velog medicine species nango 50%.
All of it.
Hopefully 100%, but I would settle for at least 50.
They should have all of it.
Society just gives you a flavor that of real people thinking about this and then being surprised at the current level of protection. So here's the findings from Stream 1. So the ACHI targets basically finished off the discussion of Stream 1, the Beyond ACHI session rather, and that was a really interesting session. It was huge attendance and really was a focal point for the end of the stream. So here I've got 3 slides of the key findings. Everybody welcomed the increase in protected area state, both on land and sea. We are making progress. It's slow, but we're certainly making progress. Huge note of alarm on challenges in the high seas. As I already said, the representativity is highly patchy and complete, both on land and sea. There was a global gap analysis on this, a global gap analysis which looked at the coverage of species. How many species are actually protected in protected areas as a function of their level of endangerment. There are huge gaps, huge. I don't know if that's ever been done in Canada, interestingly enough, but we could cut out the data for Canada. Connectivity isn't really assessed yet and remains a huge challenge, but everybody recommended or understood how fundamental it was. The Congress reported an unfortunate trend in many countries towards downgrading and degazettement. And there is this PAD database now, which you may or may not have heard about. It's protected area downgrading and degazettement. So there's a global trend towards these two things. And I thought, well, is this happening in Canada? And I think there's some really good examples of yes, it indeed is happening in Canada. If you look at the PFRA lands, for example, where we've been reporting these as Category 4 protected areas. They're some of the most important prairie lands we have. We know that temperate grasslands are one of the most endangered biomes in the world, and we just threw them into the wind collectively as a country to see what's going to happen with them. So they're gone from agriculture, they've been given back to the provinces, and there's ongoing provincial-based discussions for what's going to happen to these lands. If you look in British Columbia, there's new legislation which allows pipelines to be put through protected areas. That's downgrading, right? So we have a problem with downgrading and degazettement, even in Canada and in other countries. It's a huge problem. And a key message from the Congress, and I think important for Canada, is that a simple count of area is a mismeasure of conservation. Mismeasure of conservation. Kamal, my down button isn't downing. Okay. This is the look at the amount of important bird areas and Alliance for Zero Extinction sites, and these are two of the elements which will go into key biodiversity areas. That key biodiversity area standard I mentioned earlier. And this is the percentage of those that are protected, and it's still low. It's, you know, we're only approaching 25% protection of these sites, and it's the same in Canada. We don't have even our identified important bird areas protected yet. So if the ACHI targets 11 says we're supposed to focus on areas that are important for biodiversity and ecosystem services, there's a big gap here. Okay. This was probably one of the most disturbing findings, and this was a new survey of all the management effectiveness tracking tools that were out there in the globe, done by Fiona Levington. And essentially, the bottom line from this is that only 24% of protected areas globally are are effectively managed. And effectively managed means above a certain score in these either PAME or Management Effectiveness Tracking Tool systems, only 24%. So this is a huge challenge and probably the place we can make the most conservation difference. We know how hard it is to get new protected areas. Well, globally, we're not well managing the ones we have. We know the big stories like West Africa and the empty forest syndrome in West Africa, etc. But I would argue that I'm not sure if we tested Canadian protected areas systems, and we haven't done this ever, with these kinds of tools, whether they would come out as effectively managed. And effectively managed means somebody's home, they're being monitored, there's current management plans, etc. If you look at all those kinds of factors, I would argue many of our systems would not rate as being effectively managed. But probably boundaries aren't being violated like they are in other countries. In terms of biodiversity outcomes, I mentioned this earlier. Graham Edgar's study, which is shown in the bottom here, found that marine protected areas work when they're not fished. Simply put, when they're not fished, when there is some kind of buffer zone management around them, etc. He had a list of 5 things. On land, there's very few definitive studies for when protected areas work and when they don't. But the overall conclusion from the workshop was they're effective when they're well designed, when they're ecologically connected, they're well resourced, they have robust governance systems, are no-take, and are isolated from surrounding stressors. And these conditions are rarely met in the world. We talked a lot about managing key threats. Wildlife crime remains an enormous global threat, and it's not as significant an issue here in Canada, or many would argue it's not a significant issue in Canada, I guess. But globally, with this, and for some species, it's absolutely enormous and is wiping species out. We all know about rhinos, but there's other species like okapis and pangolins and whatnot, which are under similar levels of threats. Human-wildlife conflict, there was a very good workshop on human-wildlife conflict led by John Waithaka from Parks Canada. This remains a big unresolved issue in the planet, especially to get local support. Their suggestion was we stop calling it conflict and talk about human-wildlife interactions to talk about both the positive and the negative elements of this. And then invasive species remain a global challenge, less so in Canada than other places, but Australia and the tropics, invasive species are huge in terms of challenges. So we came up with a range of solutions, and these are built into the Stream 1 input into the Promise of Sydney. So under the Promise of Sydney, there are a bunch of actions. And these are the kinds of, I'm not going to go through them all, but these are the kinds of actions. We want the planet to use the new Key Biodiversity Area Standard. That's my phone. We want them underpinned by the Red List of Threatened Species, and then there's a new Red List of Ecosystems being launched by IUCN Species Survival Commission. There's going to be a huge push on the Green List of Protected Areas to try and deal with this problem of effectiveness, this 24% problem of protectedness, or 24% that are well managed. There's a new World Heritage Outlook report which looks at World Heritage, and there's some good news there. We certainly need better understanding, building on existing initiatives like the Protected Planet report, and we've got to get more involved with large-scale connectivity initiatives, especially if we're going to move beyond the ACHI targets to this larger conservation agenda. And that's beyond ACHI. There was a conclusion out of Stream 1 that meeting Target 11 is not going to halt biodiversity loss. It's not going to do it. So even if we're successful and we met all the elements of Target 11, it still wouldn't halt biodiversity loss. So the true targets for sustainability are broader, and I guess this is the overall conclusion of Stream 1, and will require a rethinking of our personal expectations and how we live with 7 billion people on a small planet. Thank you. Questions? For those who were there, weigh in, and if you thought I misreported or missed something important, please weigh in.
This speaks, I guess, to the data and how I guess, the measurements of the data, reflecting back on the National Conservation Plan, given the overview that was given by Environment Canada, and how protected areas are managed privately as well. So I'm wondering if that, I think it was a bar graph, or the sloping graph, it measured the effective management of protected areas. Does that include privately managed areas as well as government?
Could you just say your name for the record?
Yes, Danielle Jador, and I'm just public interest.
The database that was based on comes from a collected series of the Management Effectiveness Tracking Tool, the MET, which is a requirement of all World Bank projects and many NGO projects, and the Protected Area Management Effectiveness Tool Set, which IUCN has developed, the Commission on Protected Areas. There are no data from Canada, zero, in that data set, simply because they haven't connected to Canada. So Canada is not reflected in that data set. But I think it'd be a great project if there's academics in the room who would like to take that on, Scott. It would be a great project to run these. They're quite simple to run for a selection of protected areas in Canada, and I think the results would be pretty intriguing, frankly.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you very much, Stephen. And I think those of us who were at the Congress recognize the huge amount of work that you personally led on this particular stream, and along with others from around the world. So I would ask that you send the links to the two of the references that you made, Protected Area, Protected Planet, as well as the WWF report to Susan, and perhaps we can post it as part of the minutes for this meeting. Okay, next on our agenda, I'd like to introduce Shaylin Drukas and Mila Mezi. Did I get that right? Thanks. As well, I think we have Claire DeLong and Elise Curley online, so we're going to do a little bit of in-person presentation from the Global Youth Ambassadors, as well as input from the folks online. So, microphone's yours.
Hello. So my name is Mila. I'm a student at UBC in Vancouver, and I'm here on behalf of myself and also presenting for Claire DeLong, who is a master's student at Lakehead University. She's watching online right now in Thunder Bay and provided a lot of input for this presentation.
Hi, and hello, my name is Shaylin Drukas. I'm an undergrad student at Wilfrid Laurier University in the Honors Environmental Studies program. And I'm also one of the youth board members on the CC IUCN. Elise Curley is also a board member on the CC IUCN as a youth, and she is currently in British Columbia right now. She first came to the CC IUCN representing CPAWS last year at the AGM, and is now with Mountain Equipment Co-op doing a lot of their youth engagement related programs like Outdoor Nation. All right, so the Youth Ambassador Program, I'll just give you a little bit of context behind what exactly that is. It was in the last couple of years that the CC IUCN board has really been trying to create on their agenda more room to integrate youth into the CC IUCN and its activities. And so with Elise and myself being accepted onto the board last winter, we really wanted to work on ways to create more activities to connect Canadian youth to parks and nature within our activities. And one of them was an idea that we came up with to have 2 youth ambassador positions, volunteer positions, available to pretty much have extra help and really have a solid team of youth that can together work on creating these type of activities. So from that, it was a very successful application round. We actually had 39 youth apply from throughout Canada. Tremendous youth, and out of that we got Mila and Claire. So it is a year-long position, and through that, the idea was to work on connecting youth to nature before, during, and after the World Parks Congress. And along with the term was a nice bit of financial support for the 2 youth ambassadors, myself and Elise, to attend the World Parks Congress.
Okay, so before the Congress officially began, Claire and I had the opportunity to attend the Global Youth Ambassador pre-Congress work. It was held for one day at the Royal Botanical Gardens in Sydney, Australia, and we were put together with a group of 40 other young people aged 20 to 35 from around the world, representing around 17 different countries. What we did at the workshop is we first heard from a bunch of inspirational speakers, which included the CEO of Parks Canada, Alan Latourelle, who many of you know, and a number of other speakers from around the world. We broke out into groups and discussed mainly the barriers that inhibit young people from around the world from connecting and engaging in nature. And it was really interesting hearing all of these different perspectives. We ended up finding out that a lot of youth around the world have the same issues getting people outside, but at the same time there's a lot of differences. For example, one girl from Mexico was talking about the security issues that accompany Mexicans from getting into their national parks. It's really unsafe for them just to drive on the roads. And that's really different than any problems that we have here in Canada, but we do have our own issues, especially for young people, things like not having enough time, not really valuing nature enough, and therefore not taking the time out of their day to engage in nature, and not having the financial means. So what came out of the workshop was basically a document of barriers and ways to overcome these barriers, ideas that everybody came up with together. And one of the things that we also really focused on was not just creating another document of big words and big ideas that would just be added to the mix of these other official documents. We wanted to add the creativity and energy of young people that we really saw at the Congress and the spark of the young people that were gathered there. So what we did is George Woodhouse, who is an employee for Parks Canada, he came up with a song that basically took this document in and put it into music. And we performed this song in a number of different workshops and at the closing plenary of Stream 8, and really got through to the audience that way, and it ended up being how we had amazing feedback from it. We also organized a flash mob, which is basically a bunch of people dancing in an audience, and that also really captured the energy of the young people at the Congress and the Global Youth Ambassadors. That's a picture of everyone performing the song.
So while Mila and Claire were at the Global Youth Ambassadors pre-Congress meeting, Elisa and myself were invited to attend the WCPA Young Professionals pre-Congress Youth Capacity Building Workshop. And it was a four-day kind of gathering in the Blue Mountains in Australia, so it was quite enjoyable for the scenery. And really what it was, it brought together 24 youth from 15 countries, young professionals who were really, I think the main difference between the pre-Congress that Mila went to versus the one that I went to is mine was more focused on capacity building for young professionals to become emerging leaders in conservation and protected area management and work. So what we ended up doing, we spent a few, although a lot of what we began doing was discussing ideas about what young professionals want and kind of how to make step towards developing a career in the protected area sector. We also did spend some time doing fun things like hiking and getting to know each other, because it was really the collaborating with the youth from around the world that in itself was capacity building. We ended up spending a lot of time at the pre-Congress meeting working on the Young People's Pact, and that in itself was very skill building, because collaborating with such vibrant youth from around the world who have very different perspectives all on one document was just a really positive experience. And then one of the exciting things that we did on the last day of the pre-Congress meeting was we were invited to the Google headquarters in Sydney, where they provided us with an interactive workshop on their different mapping tools that we could use to integrate back into our communities. And I know for the Global Youth Biodiversity Network, a network I helped to found, I have now taken some of those mapping tools and have now mapped out everywhere that we have members to kind of have a more interactive thing on our website. So it's definitely good for skill building. And then the Young People's Pact, as I mentioned, was the main document that we wanted to establish through the pre-Congress and the World Parks Congress in itself. So we partnered during the Congress with the Global Youth Ambassadors, and it was the Young People's Social Media Coalition who ended up putting the video together, and we'll show you it. It's not too long, but...
We are a collective. We act for nature. We are the ones we've been waiting for. Some of us are young, but we are not defined by our age, nor are we limited by it. We are people, just like you. And we believe in our power and potential to be change makers. Together, we create the future we want. Join our pact. We commit to आदिवासी जनजाति तथा परंपरागत संरक्षण का साथ We commit to We commit to participating at every level of decision making. We commit to insieme ci impegniamo a creare il futuro che vogliamo. We commit to getting paid that side by breaking barriers. We commit to We commit to appuio l'economia forse la conservazione. We commit to sostenerci a vicenda. We commit to cultivare la responsabilità para la sanación de la tierra. We commit to reaching out to create new partnerships and alliances. We commit to en reconnaissant les limites de notre connaissance. We commit to being the leaders of tomorrow. What do you commit to?
And thank you. So that's a lot of fun to film in itself, but we're also using that video to spread more awareness about the Young People's Pact and to get people to also make commitments for the future of parks, protected areas, and conservation. Hello. So during the World Parks Congress, because the four of us were actively engaged in it, we kind of took on different roles at the Congress itself. For example, Elise and myself were presenters in some of the different sessions. I presented during a stream on intergenerational dialogue. Elise presented about some of the work that she had been doing to connect youth to nature outside in British Columbia. And I also took an active role in facilitating a session during the Stream 8. And then on top of that, we really did try to spread out amongst ourselves as youth to try to go to as many different sessions and different streams as we could. And so a lot of us had specific interests that we had, research background that we wanted to further explore. And so we just tried to go to a lot of the different sessions, events, and networking opportunities that way. And then the whole time that we were at the World Parks Congress, we actively maintained a blog that we had a hashtag as well, CC IUCN, so feel free to use it. But the idea was so that we could try to further connect youth with nature, especially those who were not able to attend the World Parks Congress, and just kind of keep them updated as to what sessions we were attending, some of the things we were learning about, and just our general experiences as youth at the World Parks Congress.
Okay, so moving forward, we do have a lot of recommendations and an action plan that we would like to implement upon returning from Sydney. So there's a few main themes of our recommendations. One of the main ones is for young people by young people. So this is really encouraging peer-to-peer programs, mentorship programs, and co-creation. Programs that allow the young people to design the programs and always have flexibility. Flexibility is really key in programming. Also collaboration, and not just collaboration in the traditional sense, but also collaboration using unusual suspects. So reaching out of the normal people you would think of, reaching out to maybe business partners, policymakers, schools, all of these different kinds of organizations that will increase the reach of what we're trying to do. The third one is keeping people engaged. So as a young person myself who's always been really interested in connecting to nature, but I've always found it can be really difficult to find those opportunities. So keeping young people engaged, once they go to one of these congresses, having programs and whatnot so that it can continue throughout the year and throughout the rest of their lives and it not just ending when the actual congress ends. So projects with various phases, sustained messaging, and also using technology as a tool and not as an enemy. So we'd really encourage everybody in this room to support more young people to attend similar conferences and congresses, such as the World Parks Congress, because Shaylin, Claire, and Lisa and I all got so much value out of attending the World Parks Congress, and we really hope that more young people, young Canadians especially, have the opportunity to do the same. And also, within the CC IUCN, one thing that we'd really like to do is form a youth working group that operates throughout the year, every year, and then we can engage not just the 4 of us, but the 39 other people who applied for this position and the number of others that we know in our networks that would definitely be interested. So our action plan going forward is going to be collaborating, this has already somewhat happened, but collaborating with all the other global youth ambassadors and young professionals at the Congress to create a really comprehensive recommendation document. Also adding a youth section to the CC IUCN website. Keeping connected to all of the people at the Congress, so keeping the conversation going even after the Congress is over. Increasing youth membership and awareness of the CC IUCN, and continuing our blog and continuing our hashtag CC IUCN social media throughout the year. We're also all really committing to continuing our own efforts with our own networks, local communities, and local organizations to continue connecting youth to nature and always collaborating with one another with the CC IUCN network as well. So that pretty much sums it up. We want to say a huge thank you to everybody for being here, and especially to the CC IUCN for your support in sending us to the World Parks Congress. It was really the opportunity of a lifetime, so thank you. Are there any questions?
George Green, Regional Counsel for IUCN. I don't have a question. I just want to make a comment. 2 comments. One is backward-looking, one is forward-looking. The backward-looking is, I just saw Eric. Eric who had the idea, actually, at our last AGM to invite 2 of you to join, Elise and Shaylin, our board. And what you have done with that is just outstanding. And so, yes, we should get credit to CCIUCN, but more importantly, the credit goes to you and to our youth ambassadors who've really not only done us well, but are really showing us a new way. There's a tremendous opportunity here, and I see 2. You use the word attend the next World Park Conservation Congress. We want you to be very active in it. And as a council member, I am working very hard to make sure that our youth, the Canadian leadership, but not only around the world with your networks, are going to play a much larger part in the planning and the delivery of the Congress, not just to attend. The other point is you have tools and knowledge around social media in particular that we have no idea of, at least a lot of us don't. And your ability to connect the Canadian young people and how to use that as a means to connect them more to nature is really what we need to build on. So I would like to very much support an even stronger action plan, and when our new president takes over to actually recommend we put more effort into that as part of the program of CC IUCN. Thank you.
I wanted to just also mention it's Eric Iberdiele from CPAWS. I note that you're trying to reach out to the folks who had applied for the positions and keep that group active and engaged, which is great. I actually think there may be another layer of that, which might widen the circle a little bit, which is that a number of our organizations already have a number of supporters. We have 80,000 online supporters we could speak to and see if there are youth out there, which I'm sure there are, that might be interested in being connected in a more serious way. So you've got within this room probably quite a few number of people who could actually do additional outreach for you. So don't forget to tap into us as members to be able to go out and get those folks. So just a reminder that you've got a huge resource in this room that you should tap into.
Thank you. You will be hearing from us.
Thank you.
Larry McDermott would like to know what the age range is for this initiative.
Well, for the youth ambassador position, we did have an age range, I believe, of, I think it was 19 to 29, perhaps it was. But that being said, it was still a brand new initiative, so I think if we're going to continue the youth ambassador position and consider options like having this subcommittee of youth, that's something we will explore. But I think it will be fairly standard with what the IUCN and the UN considers youth to be.
Hi, I'm Rachel. I'm a student at the University of Ottawa. It was a comment, but I just want to say, for your recommendations, definitely, as a youth, very interested in nature and conservation. It can be a little intimidating to kind of go out there and try and make your own connections, especially when you're new to the workforce. And I just think the Youth Ambassador Program is an awesome idea, and it's just one step closer to being a part of this international commitment to conservation. So good for you guys.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much.
From a personal perspective, as a board member, I think the support that we provided the Global Youth Ambassador was probably one of the best investment decisions that the board has made. So, and I think we'll need to continue that conversation later on today with respect to what's the next step. And I guess the other observation is, and I'm looking at George and Frank, who are on the IUCN Council, I think there's some real key messages. While the recommendations are for the CC IUCN, I think they equally apply to the broader IUCN community. It'll be great if both of you can take those messages back to council. Just like to continue and ask Don Carr, who's the Executive Director for the Canadian Parks Council. Both Don, along with Bradley, played a key role in the Inspiring a New Generation theme at the World Parks Congress, and just want to get Dawn's reflection and on her experience.
Hello, everyone. I'm short. And hello to everybody online. Hi, Elise. Hi, Claire, and everybody else there. It's nice to know that you're listening in and watching. I want to say thank you very much for inviting me to come today, because I think there's so much that we have in common. And I came in from Peterborough this morning, and although I'm away from home, knowing the people that are in this room, I very much feel at home. We share so many of the same common attitudes and values about knowing the importance of trying to connect more Canadians to nature, and how incredibly essential that is to ensuring that we achieve our conservation goals. When I was reflecting on Stephen's talk just a few minutes ago, I've woken up in the middle of the night, I should say. Alison Woodley from CPAWS and others hosted a really great event while we were at the World Parks Congress. And I've woken up in the middle of the night hearing Harvey Locke chanting, "Nature needs half, nature needs half." So I really have. So it has had an impact on my own thinking, even when I'm sleeping. So I'm here today to offer you some personal and professional reflections on my experience at the World Parks Congress. And as mentioned, the chair of the Canadian Parks Council is with us today, Bradley Fota, and he's the director of Ontario Parks. So I may ask at the end of my talk, if it's all right, to see if Brad might want to come up and offer a few remarks as well. So I don't have any fancy slides, but I really wanted to share not only my professional but personal reflections, because it was a tremendous Congress. And I really have to say my involvement, for the most part, was in two streams. I was involved heavily in the Inspiring a New Generation stream, and then also on the health and well-being side. And I spent a ton of time with the global youth ambassadors and the young professionals, and it is the experience that I gained from spending time with them that made the event meaningful and has really changed the way that I'm going to be thinking about work in my own life for a long, long time to come. So I want to thank the global youth ambassadors and the young professionals. Please share it to your networks, just how much I personally appreciated your inspiration and what I learned from you. I wish actually I could bottle up that energy and stick it in a glass jar and put it on the corner of my desk, because it's not that far long ago that I was in my 20s, and I remember having that excitement and really wanting to make a difference and contribute and not knowing how. And somehow I found my way, by luck or whatever it was, but I think it's even harder now as a youth to find your way. I think the opportunities are not as great as even when they were when I was in my 20s. And so if I could just, open up that jar when I'm kind of bogged down with things and just take in the electricity that was in the air that was at the Congress because of the young people that were there, that would sure go a long way, I think, in helping me move a few things along as well. So I bottled up the Inspiring the New Generation. There were 7 recommendations that came out of that stream. And I think when I think about the work of the Canadian Parks Council, and for those of you that actually aren't aware of what the Canadian Parks Council is, so I'm the executive director, and I have the privilege of working for the heads of Canada's provincial, territorial, and national park agencies. So it's a pretty high-level, government-oriented, policy-directed board of directors that they have quite a bit of influence, I would say, in what occurs sort of at that level of government. But there were significant outcomes of the World Parks Congress that are going to shift, I think, the way we do business. And that's in no small part because of recommendations that have come from the youth. So I bottled up those 3 different, I'm using that phrase now, I'm going to be kind of using that metaphor, I think, as I move along. But I've taken the 7 recommendations that came out of the Inspiring a New Generation stream, and I can think of them in 3 different ways, and those are the ones I'd like to share with you today, because I think institutionally and personally, we can take them and incorporate these recommendations in very meaningful ways and can have a significant reach in terms of changing connections and inspiring a new generation to make meaningful changes as we move along. So the first one is the Canadian Parks Council in a global context. I think the Council has historically, and many of you have worked so hard on so many issues related to Council work, but I think there's a real change and need for us to draw better connections with the global community and the relationship that's taking place amongst different countries and in that direction. And the CC IUCN is one particular example of that. I mean, it's great that I'm here and there's so many familiar faces, but there's also a number of people that I don't know. And in chatting with so many colleagues, it's all about relationship building. And it seems so many of us are working on very similar issues. And I just personally really want to reach out and try and make those connections to figure out how we can collaborate better together. So that's on, our working level, and then also reaching out to that global community. I think that's really important. Also, the second one is just, I think there's a real need, and this, I really truly believe this is a shift in thinking for all of us to leave our community comfort zone. And I guess what I mean by that is there's such a need for us to engage other sectors in this idea of connecting Canadians to nature. Right now, we all believe the same things. It's that phrase, speaking to the converted. But I'll say, earlier this week I was in Toronto and I was in a room with 25 other people, and I was alone for the most part in my views. I represented government in the park sector, and the other people sitting around the table were physicians, a lot of other academics from different disciplines, and educators, and we were generally speaking around the same issues, the importance of, active outdoor play for young children and the essential importance of reaching young kids and giving them sort of experiences in nature. But we spoke a different language. There's a nuance there. It took a full day for us to really, have that meaningful kind of conversation where jargon's left behind and we all kind of understand each other's acronyms and we get to know each other and where we're coming from. Because even though there's a nuance, there's a perspective there that we need to figure out together and collectively what is the common ground and how do we move forward on achieving all of our various goals and objectives. So that's uncomfortable to go out of our comfort zone and chat with other people in other sectors. I would say too, technology, that's certainly something that we need to embrace, and it may not always be comfortable because, as you said, the youth they just know how it, they know what's going on, and I'm learning so much from those that I connected with, even in the World Parks Congress, about technology that I'm not even aware of exists today. So that's important. Urban, over 80% of Canadians now live in urban centres in Canada. Canadian Parks Council, most of our sites are outside of urban areas, so that's a conversation and a relationship that needs to be fostered with those park agencies, municipalities, conservation authorities in Ontario, and others. There's an awareness among all of us that relationship needs to be strengthened in order so that we can work together to provide more opportunities to get Canadians into nature, whether that be in their backyard or opportunities to come and visit some of the fabulous provincial, territorial, and national parks. The third one, and this one is more of a personal one, and I think it's personal but also very professional, but it just had such a profound impact on me, is the essential need for us to empower and inspire, empower and listen, really, it's listen to young people on their own terms, which is flipping over one of their own recommendations about connecting Canadians to nature on their own terms. I really feel extremely strongly about the need that we need to find ways, and I think empower and inspire are two different things. We need to empower young people like the CC IUCN has done by bringing such fabulous young people on board to help provide direction to some of the activities that are going to be taking place and have taken place now and up to the World Conservation Congress and beyond. That's key, that's critical, and that was a key take home from me and Bradley, I know, in that our Global Youth Ambassador, Chloe Dragon-Smith, she represented not only the youth, but she's got a very strong connection to her Aboriginal roots. We have asked her in a couple of weeks, actually less than 2 weeks, the council is going to be meeting face-to-face to determine its work plan for the next 1 to 3 years. And after having spent time with all those young people at the World Park Congress, I felt it was an obligation that we as a council ask them for their recommendations on what we should be doing to better connect youth to nature. And I received their report, and so our Global Youth Ambassador, Claire, connected with all the other Canadian Global Youth Ambassadors. She had, some sort of Skype, but it wasn't Skype. It's some new technology that I'd never heard of before that starts with a Z or Z. And the report that I received yesterday from Claire and the other Global Youth Ambassadors, Elise and Claire, thank you very much for your support and help on that, is fabulous. It is absolutely incredible. The recommendations I think we are going to need to share with all of you in this room because they're things that all of us could be doing better. And I think they're really going to they're going to influence for sure the direction that we take as a council. They're practical. It's an energy and a resource that needs to be tapped into more. So it's the reverse mentoring part. You said you received tremendous value from attending the World Parks Congress. I think we received tremendous value from having you there. I really strongly believe that. And so I think it's a new way of doing business, and it brings focus, I think, to creating some real change Inspiring a new generation is the way to go. And when I speak of inspire, I've talked a lot about empower, but the idea of increasing our support base, that's the inspiring thing. So reaching out to those communities, groups of people that may feel disenfranchised, do not have a connection to nature, and in their work, they may never have, in their work have a connection to nature to be moving that forward. But they need to be inspired and feel the love for nature that will carry them through their own life to pass on to next generations. We need to be thinking long term, and it starts, I think, it really does. I think it's a different focus on ensuring that Canadians really build that sense of love and connection to nature through parks and protected areas. So those are my reflections. I think I'm going to ask Bradley if he'd like to come up and say a few remarks. Great. Excellent. And thanks again. I look forward over lunch to having an opportunity to talk to all of you. And bye, Elise. Bye, Claire.
Well, thank you very much. And you can see the passion of my colleague. The Parks Council is well served by her as executive director, and we did really have a great experience. A couple of quick reflections. On youth engagement, I had a wonderful conversation with the gentleman from the Isle of Tonga who's talked about authenticity and engagement. And so if you're not willing to do authentic engagement, if you're not willing to be genuine in that engagement, then you may as well not. And it was a really interesting conversation, and only in the context that what we know about the millennials, and I apologize to those in the room for grouping you under a title. I'm Generation X, and so, but what we know about you is that you demand authenticity. You make every choice based on that genuineness. And so that is the one lesson that I really learned, is that a token approach to youth engagement is just simply not going to be functional. It's not going to work. I had a really interesting conversation with a gentleman from the IUCN who talked about the Algonquin Timber Reserve as opposed to Algonquin Park in Ontario. It was a very uncomfortable conversation, given that that's the park that one of the many that I'm responsible for. But it did bleed a little light that I don't know that the profile of Canadian conservation is really available on an international scale. If it's not African megafauna, I'm not sure that the rest of the world is interested. And so I would say to the group here that we've got a responsibility to raise that profile. I had a wonderful conversation with a forest ranger from Kenya where I explained to him what a moose was and how big it was and how it was on a significant decline in certain parts of Ontario. And so I think we have a real broad-scale role here in better educating the rest of the world about issues, because they may continue to see us as a giant resource-rich country that's fine. And so I would say this might be a group of folks that would be able to do that. I did spend some time in the Aboriginal and First Nations stream where I really came to realize that reconciliation has to be a part of the conservation conversation. And if it's not present, again, it's not going to be authentic. And so in an Ontario context and in a Canadian context, I think we really have to be seized with that. And finally, the one thing I'd like to put on the table is funding for park systems, because conservation is directly impacted by funding, period. I run the largest park system in Canada, which is debatable with my colleagues in other jurisdictions, but let's stick with that for now. And the reality is you can conserve what you're funded to conserve. And so we had great discussions about funding tools and funding models, which is not an easy conversation in a conservation context where we're really focused on acquiring land, but acquiring land costs money. And once you acquire that land, you have to pay taxes on it. And those are burdens that park systems, certainly in North America, are faced with very, very genuinely, while our economies in North America flounder a little bit. Based on those economies that were around when those park systems were started. And so, money to acquire land, money to do stewardship, to do planning, to do science. In Ontario, for example, we are 85% self-funded on fees, but we're also the most expensive camping in the world. And so I'm not sure that that's the best model to go forward in a conservation context. Because frankly, people that camp are people that will have conservation values instilled in them. And in Ontario, 90% of our market is domestic, as an example. These are Ontarians camping in Ontario. And so one of the things that I heard there was that, if we continue to mint more campers and create more people that connect authentically on the land, in the landscape, then we're going to, again, continue to connect Canadians to nature. So 4 quick reflections that I wrote down in the 10 minutes that my colleague spoke. But I appreciate the opportunity, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bradley and Dawn. I think it's quite very important, Bradley, that the points of views from provincial governments, whether they be in parks or other conservation areas, be reflected in the Canadian Committee of the IUCN. And so thank Ontario Parks for joining the CC IUCN this year. Next on our agenda, I'd like to ask Karen Keeley-Side, who was the session lead for Inspiring a New Generation. And as we have already heard, the so-called ING stream was one of the huge success at the World Parks Congress. And Karen's going to walk us through some of the recommendations that came out of that session, and perhaps we'll have an engagement dialogue with the Canadian Committee to determine what's some of the path forward that we can take as a group. Karen?
Thanks, Mike. I think I just had one slide, which is a summary of the 7 recommendations that Dawn referenced. Do I have to do something to bring it up? Or? So I want you just to think back to Frank's talk for a second, when he asked us to think about what's inadequately expressed in the IUCN program. And I think the main message coming out of the Inspiring a New Generation stream at the World Parks Congress is that a focus on young people and inspiring connections with nature is missing in the IUCN program. We're really, the participants in the stream have a very strong message around the need for transformational change, interact and relate to nature, and this being absolutely fundamental to achieving our conservation goals, all of the Aichi targets, if you think about it. And really, when we talk about inspiring, as Dawn said, we're talking about reaching a new generation across all sectors of society. Reaching the young people who will be the business leaders of tomorrow, who will be making the decisions around how our resources are used, and ensuring that they love and care about and support nature and its conservation. So the strategies that the stream was looking at were really focused in many ways at ensuring that that happens. At the same time, we had this incredible opportunity to be with young people who are already inspired. The Olympians, really, of the conservation movement, the young Olympians who are showing us what can be done. And they're asking us and providing the advice to all of us around how to ensure not only that there are conservation Olympians in the future, but that the audience in the stadium is absolutely packed with others who support them, others who are inspired about conservation, other young people who may not, as Dawn said, necessarily be conservationists themselves or have careers in conservation, but will support it. So that's really what Inspiring a New Generation is about. This is a new area for the IUCN to consider. We don't have specific targets around this yet, but we do see it as one that we need to take seriously if we actually are going to have a transformational change in the way we do conservation. So these are the recommendations from the stream as a whole, drawing in large part on a lot of the recommendations from the Global Youth Ambassadors. And we distilled them down into 7 key ones. There are lots of different bits and pieces that can be done around them. And what I'd like you to think about as you look at this is where you may see yourself or your own organization within Canada or with partners globally being able to contribute to delivering on some of these ideas. So first of all, as I said, this is a new area. So the stream really wants to see some focus brought to it within the IUCN program, and is hoping to establish a jointly led task force between the IUCN's World Commission on Protected Areas and the IUCN's Commission on Education and Communication, who were significant co-leads in the development and delivery of this stream. And the focus here would be on connecting young people around the world to nature. Really importantly is facilitating that connection between young people and nature unconditionally and on their own terms. This is something we heard really strongly. And this recommendation speaks to everybody, to the protected areas community in particular, also to the IUCN and other organizations. Listen to young people, listen to how they connect, be open-minded. As Shaylin said, if they want to use technology, let it go. It's okay. Let them do it. This can be a really important way for young people to connect with each other and with nature at the same time. We need to let them do it. And we need to look within our agencies and organizations around to enhance and develop further some of the programs that we already have in place to enable this. There was a significant discussion around data. Do we have global metrics around measurement of connection and measurement of the relationship between that connection and support? And there's quite a bit of work being done in this area. The fantastic session on looking at the relationship between visitation and connection, and some of the metrics that actually a pretty good potential to use park visitation not only in Canada but globally as a measure of experience and connection with nature. So there's really good potential to move forward on actually being able to measure this. And some work with the CBD on that in relation to Target 1 internationally, which is Target 17 in Canada, I think. Clearly a focus on young children, having that early transformational experience in nature at a very young age. School-age children, some fantastic programs out there that were presented in Sydney, and I think all of us need to be reminded of that importance of that early connection, opportunities to work with various sectors in ensuring that happens, and again ensuring that reconnection happens in the teen years, that we don't lose those kids who have had that early experience. We talked a little bit about social media, and Shaylin and Mila presented a little bit of we got a sense from them of the degree to which they're comfortable online, and George referred to that. Scaling up these platforms that young people are using. No Walls is out there as a youth-led social media-based platform for young people to share their experiences in nature. Coco Maps, Coalition Wild, there's some fantastic work being done. Let's allow those to be scaled up, enable young people to use them to connect with their social networks, and in doing so, to bring their networks into nature and beyond the conservation community, the networks of networks. So really a fantastic opportunity to grow that collectivity of support through social media. We've talked about empowerment. One thing I noticed last year at this meeting, we had 20 young people here. It's great to see the youth ambassadors back representing them, but I think we do need to remind ourselves to walk the walk and to follow up on continuing to empower young people in our organizations to speak, to be listened to, and to be really involved in the decision-making process. I know Alan Latrell, our CEO, committed in Sydney to including young people on his executive management committee. So there are great opportunities for all of us to think about how we can do so in our organizations. And you saw in the video that was presented by the young ambassadors here, the overview of the Young People's Pact. Let's make that a reality. We need to think about ways in which we as individuals and organizations can help to make it a reality, and we need to ensure that we empower the young people themselves to move forward on it. So this is sort of a bit of a summary of some of the key recommendations. We are still working on synthesizing all the fantastic solutions that were put forward by presenters and others who were involved in the stream for moving forward on some of this. But I think we have an opportunity here, as Dawn and Bradley said, to think about what we can do in Canada as CC IUCN, within our organizations, in these various areas to move this agenda forward strongly. So I'll stop there and open the discussion. I think we can have a fairly open and free discussion around our thinking on where we see ourselves in any or all of these recommendations and how we can move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. It's Luba Mitchell-Malmers from Canadian Wildlife Federation. I have a point that I'd like to just share because it has to do with a number of the recommendations that you had on your list. And I think also Shaylin's and the youth report that this might tie in. And this has to do with just sharing regarding traditional engagement in a Congress. And what I would like to comment on is Canadian Wildlife Federation, where I work. We tried a new way of being engaged, and I'm not sure if you were entirely familiar with it, but we tried it out, and it was a form of virtual engagement. And what we did with that was create a video and an interactive video that enabled audience dialogue around a main question called "Youth are moving forward. Are you keeping up?" So this was our first foray into kind of doing it at a large, well, I'll call it large scale, at least for us. We did it at a pavilion level as partners, and my understanding from the feedback of this was that the session itself was extremely well received. We had a large turnout, and it was, well, we considered it large. I wasn't at the site or at the Congress, but 250 people showed up. But what was interesting here is that it leveraged also for our organization to bring in our supporter base and others. So we're talking about a reach of 300,000 Canadians who would be able to not only view different parts if they were working of the Congress, but certainly the piece that and the questions that we were interested in putting forward. So I just want to bring this forward, especially in looking ahead to the World Congress, that there are many ways to participate. You can be on site. That's, of course, very effective. There's these other ways. And we would be more than happy to share with CC IUCN, and especially with the youth engagement segment, our experience in making this kind of a connection to help with some of the platforms that you have on your list of recommendations. Thank you.
Thanks, Lula.
Karen, the recommendations that you have, Nick Lopukane, retired. The first recommendation speaks to the task force, but that's internal to the commissions. And I think one of the more important messages that we want to leave with this group is the intersessional program is being on the minds of everybody leading up to the World Conservation Congress. And one of the elements that we, as a group here, if we think that this here that we've heard from the youth and in this particular outcome of the Congress, we want to see this reflected in the IUCN program. Currently, as you who are familiar with the IUCN program, will not see any of this in the program of previous years. You may read in between the lines that youth should be involved, but as a target and as an activity for IUCN, it is not on the agenda. And we've been talking in the context of the World Parks Congress, and clearly there is a link to the World Parks Congress and the protected areas of the world. But this is a fundamental issue in the context of building up the next future conservation, the future. Without youth getting engaged, and if they get more and more removed from nature, IUCN does not have a future, frankly. Conservation doesn't have a future. So fundamentally, if IUCN does not integrate this into a broad approach to integrating youth, we are essentially signing off our own death warrant.
Allison, yeah, come on up. I don't know my mind.
Allison Woodley with CPAWS. I was delighted to be able to be at the Congress, and it was an enormously rewarding experience. I've been wrestling with how to, coming out of the Congress, how to connect the energy that was felt at the Congress with action in Canada. I mean, we're the Canadian Parks and Wilderness Society, so we're all about action in Canada. And, you know, my observations of being at the Congress, there were a number of really inspiring things that came out of it. First of all was the kind of feeling that this idea of big thinking, CPAWS has a goal of protecting at least half of Canada's public lands and waters, and that scale of thinking was very centrally embedded in the discussions of the Congress. This much bigger thinking, the ACHI targets and beyond, were really starting to be kind of mainstream, if you call it, at least within the conservation community of the world. And so that was really exciting. The energy of the youth delegations was really inspiring as well and exciting to see. And also the energy and leadership from Indigenous peoples who were attending the Congress and including in Canada. I mean, there were many of the partner Indigenous communities who we work with across the country who were there and presenting. And there's enormous leadership being demonstrated there. So how do we harness all of this energy in support of progress and action on protected areas, specifically in Canada? The other thing that was kind of exciting about the Congress was that there is progress being made. I mean, we heard that globally now we're at 15% and over 8% protection, and I know that the numbers aren't, there's much more than that, it's quality and quantity, but there is progress being made at least, gaps in quality. But the kind of sobering reality is that here in Canada, we are still at 10 and 1, and we don't have a roadmap to get to the ACHI targets. At least I'm not seeing it, at least publicly. And we have a national conservation plan. It includes really important measures on private lands, but the other sobering reality, or reality that we have here in Canada, is that 90% of our lands and all of our oceans are in publicly government stewarded hands, whether it's provincial, territorial, federal, Indigenous governments. So how do we make a change there? How do we take the energy coming out of the Congress? How do we harness the incredible youth engagement energy to actually shift the dial here in Canada and get to where we need to be in terms of achieving and then moving beyond our ACHI targets? And so I don't have the solutions, but I think it warrants a conversation about how we actually can, as CC IUCN, can perhaps work together to start to bring that energy back to Canada and make a difference in action on the ground, because it's absolutely critical to engage youth, and CPAWS has lots of programs to do that. But if we wait for the next generation to take action, then we are actually just punting the challenges and responsibilities that we have as our generation to the next generation. So in the meantime, we also have to act. So I would challenge the group to kind of harness that energy and figure out how to make a difference here in Canada.
I'm glad that's a challenge to the group and not to me. So, but it is a challenge to the group, and I think Allison has hit the nail on the head. Really, that's what it's about. George, did you want to speak before James? Okay, go ahead, James. Okay. Yep, it's you.
Hello, I'm the new guy. James Bartram, Education Director, Canadian Wildlife Federation. This is great. This is right in my wheelhouse. I just encourage folks to really look out there at all the other great initiatives that are connecting Canadians to nature as well. So for our part, we're the founding partners with Disney International for the International Children and Nature Conference, 2015, 2016, 2017, and 2017 will be here in Canada, as well as the 2016 Pan-Canadian Park Summit with a focus on young professionals, as well as the International Play Association. We're part of that lead stream on nature play in 2017, first time in Canada. So there's lots out there, and this is fantastic, but let's make sure that we're sharing that information about the other opportunities. Thank you.
Thanks. George, and then Steve? No? Okay, Stephen, go ahead.
Stephen Woodley, just a question on ends and means. And I wondered if there was much about this. I didn't get to attend Stream 8 because I was busy. But it seems to me we want to connect with youth and we want to connect with people because there's an end. And did you discuss the ends and means? Because sometimes I think the whole idea of connection becomes the whole endpoint, rather than we have to connect because
Well, I
we
think
won't have a
it's-
future, as Nick says.
Right. No, I think it's very much about the why, Stephen, and in that, evidence indicates that people who support nature, care about nature, take action to conserve nature, who love the nature lovers who you referred to. I saw the hearts on the cartoon that you'd drawn there, are those who have early experiences in nature. So the connection is to create that deeper love and support and care for nature, to stewardship fundamentally. But with stewardship really can be across a broader scale. So stewardship can be simply caring, simply knowing and caring about nature, supporting its conservation. It's the laddership of engagement. Alison, you and I discussed this in Sydney. Or it can be studying biology, becoming deeply involved in conservation, becoming what many of us here are. But it doesn't have to be that deep engagement and stewardship. What really we're looking at is that at least that support. At least so that when decisions are made in corporate boardrooms, nature is a part of the decision-making process. And that to get there, we need to have people who care. One of the best ways to get there is to connect them with nature early.
Great lead-in. There's a very important interim endgame, and it's the one you just talked about, and you said it earlier. We need to have the future decision makers working with us and part of us, right? Yes, corporate, but frankly, government and community, because that's where the difference comes from. That's where the decisions are taken that really make a difference, and right now are undermining the way we use our resources around the world, the way we protect biodiversity. So that's the end game. And so to pick up on Nick's point, that's the message that we want to get into the IUCN program planning process. I'm going to make a suggestion then. I'm going to suggest, and we can endorse it however is appropriate, Mr. Chair and President, that this meeting not only endorse the importance of building youth into the IUCN program. It's not just having a youth stream. In fact, what it is having young people involved in the decision making and the work of IUCN with a certain set of outcomes that they can help us achieve. So that is the general message. I think there's a rare opportunity. We have Frank, who is with the IUCN Secretariat, who's going to be on the drafting team. Now, let's be clear. The meeting next week, Frank, and you'll talk about it this afternoon, is not actually drafting the program, but it is a place to get some signals in to what the program framework looks like. So that's the opportunity that we have. And I would suggest that even over lunch, a few people, Nick, if you want to help start this off, Karen, could just frame some key points that might go into a letter that could be sent by our president of CC IUCN to the Director General with a copy to appropriate members of both Council and the Secretariat who will be working on that discussion next week to get this message into it. Thank you.
Thanks. How much longer do you want to take, Mike? I know we're starting to take people's lunchtime. Okay. Great, thanks. Yeah.
Hi, I like microphones. Danielle Jador again. I guess I just want to present a different kind of perspective. Where I come from a really small community on the east coast of Newfoundland. So we know where like the water from the tap comes from. We know, the lake that it comes from, the ecosystem that it comes from, but we don't know how it gets to the tap and things, like that from that purview. So it's always nice to have that different perspective when I talk with people that are from more urban settings. And also in our community, we're told that we need a future in nature or, resource extraction, chopping down trees and, building gardens and things like that isn't going to be our future because we need to engage in the bigger world, the developed world and things like that. So I think the point about the Canadian Federation of Wildlife, about asking a question and just kind of framing it as what is your experience in nature? What is your personal experience in nature? Is it having to go and camp to be in nature, or is it going out and chopping down trees to make firewood or anything, something like that. Yep. So
Right,
that's
I think that's a really important point. It speaks in large part to the unconditionally and on your own terms. It's a very personal experience and one that doesn't have to be complicated.
Yeah, thanks.
Any other thoughts, particularly in the context of what this group, the Canadians, can do to move forward on this agenda?
Thank you very much, Karen. One line that was constantly repeated at the World Parks Congress was the statement by Nelson Mandela at the Durban Congress that said, the conservation community is full of white hair men and women. And I think projecting 11 years later, that line was again repeated quite frequently in Sydney. And that's not to say that all of us with white hair should leave the game and retire, but it's really, I think, highlights the need for intergenerational dialogue and bring the youth into that conversation rather than, as George and I often discuss, have youth at the Christmas dinner table in the corner while the adults are having at the big table. So I think that's a real key message, I think, that came from Stream 8, and really like to highlight that. Before we go to lunch, Mark would like to make an announcement.
Because I mentioned Arctic Voices, this new exhibit we have here, if you want to see that during your lunch break or after the meeting, we have a very tight security system here. You have to get a little ink spot on the back of your hand. Susan Goods at the back table there has this security device, so sometime during lunch, if you want to see that exhibit, get yourself stamped. Otherwise, a guard actually won't let you in to that. Bon appetit.
This morning, how can we take some of the lessons out of the World Parks Congress, whether they're Stephen's lessons on what to fix, or more importantly, Mila and Shaylin's on how we can actually motivate and involve youth in the work of conservation into the planning of the Congress, into the IUCN program. So I'm going to hope we can stimulate a debate around that on my very simple, straightforward presentation here. And then just to let you know, there are elements of this that touch on IUCN governance matters. I'm going to leave that, if I may, Mr. Chair, to the Assembly, to the members' session after, to the general AGM, and we'll deal with it then as part of my council report. Okay? So, IUCN Council 2 meetings ago had received 2 bids. It was a tough choice between Istanbul and Hawaii, but Honolulu was selected. In the judgment of council, it was the best fit and the best proposition, if you will, to hold the next World Conservation Congress. For some of you who've been, and quite a number of you in this room have participated before in World Conservation Congresses, this will be old hat, you know how they work, but I thought we might start with a bit of a primer on what these things are, because they are a very large and important event, and they have 2 broad purposes. They have one purpose, which is to do members' business. How do you set the direction for the organization, this program? But it is truly a World Conservation Congress. It's really the meeting place for beyond protected areas, dealing with all of the conservation issues and increasing the social issues and institutional issues that underline conservation in one place with all range of actors. And it is a place where IUCN's direction, what we call general policy, is set by the members. And of course, we do our normal business, such as electing the president, council members. But as I said, the last bullet maybe is the most significant. It's really the big public forum on world conservation that drives it. So at the last council meeting, council endorsed 3 very high-level objectives that will require more refinement and certainly more elaboration. The word inspire, however, is there. I don't know how much that was influenced exactly by the World Parks Congress. Then strengthening, mobilizing the union. In other words, how can we use the incredible strength and potential of this organization with its commissions, over 12,000 individuals, with the membership we have of over 1,200 governments and non-governmental organizations around the world? How can we mobilize that constituency to have a much greater impact on conservation and sustainable development? And there's a commitment to set a set of commitments. In other words, what are the main things? Because one of the lessons we learned out of the last Congress was it was a really great Congress. A lot of things got done. But other than the IUCN program and some broad policy that has been carried forward, has made a difference. For example, in the CBD, we didn't have a big set of commitments that would carry forward the conservation world globally. And so we're trying to up our game, if you will, to have greater impact at this Congress. So that's the idea, and still very unformed idea, of the Hawaii commitments. So we want to inspire the international community to take action. I think one of the things that we're learning, is very much from what we were talking about this morning, is as conservation movement, we're not having enough impact. In fact, you might say we're losing the game. And so we have to find a way to inspire and engage others well beyond our own community if we're going to make any difference at all, frankly. That is a light statement of that. I think there's an awful lot of work that still needs to be done to actually orient our program and the Congress to actually help deliver on that. This is the point where we actually have such a strong base that we need to better mobilize. There's a vehicle within the IUCN adopted at the last Congress called the One Program Charter, which is all about how we engage and use the strength of the members and the members' members and of the commissions, the experts, to actually help not only develop but to deliver the program, because we have such greater reach if it's more than Secretariat delivering the program. And how do we have the parts of the union work together? So that's quite underlying this idea of strengthening, mobilizing the union. And then this is the idea of a set of commitments that will start to make a difference. We'll set out in place some new processes. An example of that might have been many years ago, and probably would have been the 1988 Congress, where the seeds of the Biodiversity Convention were actually put forward and adopted. And it actually became the Biodiversity Convention 4 years later. Sort of just broad structure. It's a long meeting. Usually goes about 10 days with a day off in between. One of the things in some of the improvements we're trying to make, reforms to how the Congress works, especially on the motions process, to actually have that day off, excursion day, be a real day, because in the past it's been eaten up by negotiations on motions. So I'll present later on the motions reforms that we're getting ready to put out to the members for approval. But this is the basic shape of the Congress. So maybe just a little bit more detail. The World Conservation Forum, that's the substantive part of the Congress. That's really where, and I saw actually in the design and the conduct of the World Parks Congress, some of the innovations that IUCN had developed, like the World Leaders Dialogues, have started to get picked up in these forums. And it actually, in the last Congress, those of you who were there may have noticed that probably some of the most compelling messages and lessons to be learned were from the World Leaders Dialogues, where we had them on food, topics like food security, and how true leaders, global leaders who really live and work this stuff and make all the big decisions around these things, actually spoke about how they do it and what we could do to integrate conservation and biodiversity better into that. So the World Leaders Dialogues are a very important part. There's lots of networking and learning opportunities through knowledge cafes, a new idea we're coming up with the Conservation Campus. Pavilions were very successful. In fact, I look at LUBA, Canadian Wildlife Federation, challenged the IUCN Secretariat, who was not too interested in working with them in the preparations of the last Congress, to do a pavilion on oceans, on marine management, and it was truly successful. And even the Secretariat, who can be not too forthcoming on this, gave tremendous kudos to the Canadian membership for having made that one work. Those pavilions can be very, very compelling. So we have a lot of vehicles to really make this a place where we not only can exchange lessons, but hopefully, and this is what we have to do much better than the last Congress, is move the agenda forward through some major commitments and decisions. There's some of those vehicles that I talked about that we use, the methods. Then there's the member side, not unlike our meeting here. We've had the conservation side, the substantive side this morning. We will be moving into the annual general meeting. Well, IUCN has that as well. And it's very important because it is where the direction is set. So the IUCN program is established for the next 4 years. The financing, the budget, how we go about it. how we deliver that program, how do we involve others and not just Secretariat in developing and implementing the program. And it is a place that members have a great importance through the resolutions process, through what we call the motions process, leading to resolutions that require different parts of IUCN to act on certain policy initiatives, and recommendations to other parts of the world on how we can solve some of the conservation problems that we're facing. But that process has become very difficult and heavy, and so I will be putting forward a little bit later today a major reform we're going to be putting to the members on how to improve how motions are put forward and recommendations and resolutions are taken. But as the bottom part shows, this is about members' rights. Fundamental to this part of the Congress is that the members actually set the direction. They set the policy, they set the direction for IUCN's program, and they lay out what they want the rest of the world to do and ask IUCN to support them in doing it. So the members' use of the motions process is an essential and core part of IUCN's work at the Congress. Just 2 more slides, and then maybe we can have a bit of a chat. And Frank, you might want to actually say a bit more about the planning process if you would like to. This is just an example of the impact that IUCN resolutions can take. So, you know, you can think that, well, they're resolutions. They're taken by an organization. IUCN is both an intergovernmental body and an NGO. Formally, we're an NGO, but we have observer status at the UN General Assembly, same with the World Bank, so we actually have a lot of government pull. But what this shows is that an IUCN resolution, if it's well crafted, well supported, and well targeted, can make a difference. And we've had resolutions that have really changed the conservation world. Oh, wrong one. Really changed the conservation world. And so we have to get this process right so we're not wasting our time on things that are of minor importance and having decisions come out of the Congress that actually do make a difference to the conservation and biodiversity objectives that we want to achieve. And these are examples of where that has happened in the past. Finally, just a simple picture, and we'll talk a little bit more about this. I think you will, Frank, when we talk about preparations and the role of the Regional Conservation Forum. But here's the basic timeline. So Council at the 84th meeting, that's the one in Sydney, just happened in November, is where we've laid out this broad plan. What's going to happen, and I will show more detail later on, that this is now we start to engage members, first on some of the reforms. We're trying to change the way IUCN Congress works in motions and others now, because unfortunately, if it's done in the next Congress, if the decisions are taken by members then it won't be in effect until 4 years later. This time, fortunately, the members in Jeju at the last Congress directed us to put some of those reforms before them now, this year, so that they can actually be in effect for the Congress. So we're just setting up that set of decisions right now for members. Then we'll have the Regional Conservation Forums, which will be a much larger engagement process, not unlike what we're trying to do here, but in a much larger form all around the world. Frank will speak to that, on shaping the program, identifying what matters most, where motion should come from, what they should look like, what further governance changes are needed to IUCN. All of those can be dealt with. And then leading up to the final preparations, because of the way IUCN's governance structure works, the members inform, Congress makes the decisions as members, but once every 4 years, so it's left to us as council member to make the decisions on what goes forward and how, in consultation with the members. So council meetings form a very important part. We meet twice a year and they form a very important part, and it's places where we can have influence as membership. You can have influence as membership in the taking as we make those decisions on the shape and the content of the Congress. So I'm going to stop there. Frank, would you like to add on the process, then we can talk with the Conservation Forum?
I'm not actually directly experienced in this process, given that I haven't been with IUCN all that long. But I know that the process that we're talking about here is one where there's an opportunity, at least, for iteration between the way in which the program is being developed and the input that can come from the regions. And it will be very much dependent on the forcefulness and enthusiasm and organization of the inputs that will determine the impact that finally has on the agenda that is developed at the Conservation Congress and the results that come out of it. So I think this is why we've been talking today about having a process to highlight what it is that we think ought to go into the IUCN program, the quadrennial program, after 2016 as early as possible, in order that we are going through this process right from the beginning and highlighting what it is that we think is important that needs to go into that. Do we go straight into the forum? So the way in which the quadrennial program is developed is we start with where it is we are at the moment with our 4-year program, the one we're currently in, and that I'm sure you'll.
Also, of course, as George mentioned, there has been this tremendous emphasis on the work program approach. The fact that when we work, it has to be done in collaboration between the commissions, the members, and the Secretariat. And again, partly as a result of this focus on project level activities, that's actually been quite a difficult challenge to address over the last few years too. So here you have the three. Yes, okay. Well, you have the three layers, the three legs of the IUCN policy currently: valuing serving nature, effective and equitable governance of nature's value, use, and deploying nature-based solutions. Now, those three are high enough level that they can actually deliver a substantive change in the way the world works for development. But they're not necessarily being deployed in the appropriate ways currently. You can see that there's a very complicated diagram in here showing you, for instance, what CBD is addressing. That's the CBD, how it addresses the major drivers of biodiversity loss. Then there's a mapping between how these different policy frameworks are laid out and how it is that the IUCN is addressing them. These are all things that are analyses that are currently understood within IUCN. The principles, as I mentioned earlier, the principles of program development are that you have greater participation from the constituents, that you're developing the modifications to the process of the strategy from the experience that's been generated through those different constituents, and then that's what we do is based on lessons we've learned from very standard responses to developing a new strategy. In terms of timing, we have at the moment a first draft, a zero draft, it's called what's called the global situation analysis, which is basically the status quo of biodiversity conservation around the world and why it is it's got to that state. That's the point of departure for the reformulation of the program from now on. We have our program writing workshop next week, where we hope to ventilate some of the issues that come up in meetings like this, for instance, but also to ensure that we are putting our laser-like attention on the right things in a larger context to do with how development is to advance. Council will endorse a first draft of that in the next council meeting in May. The important next step for engagement from you will be at the Regional Conservation Forum, which is likely to happen it will happen between May and September this year. We had one of these, I think, in 2010 or 2011, before the previous World Conservation Congress. And the idea behind these regional conservation fora is that that's the opportunity for the wider membership to look at where it is we've got to with the formulation of the quadrennial work plan and say what you feel is appropriate amendments or adjustments or improvements to that program in order that you feel that IUCN is really delivering what it can. Once that consultation is finished, then there'll be some revisions that will then be again submitted to Council by the following April, and that will result in the development of the proposals that we submitted to the World Conservation Congress in early September 2016 for approval by participation. So what about if you wanted to make some comments or questions about this particular phase of our presentation? Are there any issues that aren't clear there?
Starting from the clinic status, is this shape of the program? Sorry, not a better graphic. The fundamentals at the high level, those 3 parts of the pie chart, are actually already a pretty good expansion of what IUCN's world. Having gone from conservation being a science-based organization that values nature, more on the economic side, one that is on the blue side, focusing much more on the social side. A lot of it's about rights, participatory decision making. And then the last part is actually providing solutions, not just assessing, but actually providing solutions. So it's a broad framework. But the way Frank put it, and we go to this other slide, in terms of where, we have our influences, I'm going to say still pretty traditional. If you look at the policy thrust, it's about the places where we're comfortable playing. We have a lot of influence. We have a great deal of influences, scientific authority behind psychics. We have a lot of influence, and we did on the HE targets, the CBD. But if there's a sense that beyond that, we have that influence elsewhere, what would be your idea for getting that into the program? How do we work in those areas or other areas so we actually can start addressing the underlying causes that we talked about? But that's the kind of feedback we'd like. This is the beginning. The regional conservation forum that Frank's going to talk about will be much more substantial than that. But do you have any thoughts, sort of key strategic thrust, the way we should be looking at the program as the program development process starts now, it actually starts next week?
Can you fill in how this zero draft was developed? Who developed it? Okay, can you fill in this zero draft? Who developed it, and how do members have influence on that zero draft? That's one point. And the second point is, how much of this is open for discussion? I don't think the three-legged stool of IUCN is open for discussion at this, but correct me if I'm wrong. But let's look at the parameters. It's really how to influence those areas that you're talking about in the next quadrennial plan.
The situation analysis was commissioned by the DG and given to the policy unit to write. And Tom Brooks, who's the head of science, was the lead author, but the number of actual contributors to it was in the hundreds. But I think it's true to say that the hundreds of contributors came from the constituency that is represented by the science unit. IUCN, that is to say, the technical specialists on biodiversity from the a lot of people from SSC, from the CWF. I think the important thing to underline about the situation analysis is it's not intended to address the failings of the approaches that we've taken in terms of actions. It's just telling you where biodiversity sits. And then what our job from that point on is to decide what the responses to that situation ought to be. Now, it's debatable that could also have been part of the situation analysis, so to speak, which is fine, it gives us an opportunity to have a discussion about what it is we should do. I think I agree with you, Stephen, that the three-legged stool is not up for negotiation. I don't think in any kind of realistic appreciation of what IUCN can achieve, we want to modify that hugely. I think it's more what we put into those boxes that's interesting, because there is a subset of opportunities to react to that analysis that are being missed. So you have here the list of policy work, for instance, that is our expression of the value in conserving nature piece from a policy point of view. That doesn't cover a large number of opportunities around those new and interesting things. And then it wouldn't be consistent between these two. think the extent to which the detailed substance of the existing work plan, that is to say, the way in which what we have here is laid out in what it is that IUCN is doing currently, the opportunity we have to change that is going to be determined very substantially by the strength of the opinion that is voiced. I think the impression I have is that excuse me, the team that does the Regional Conservation Forum organisation, their experience has been that there hasn't been a huge amount of engagement on the substance of the proposal, and that by and large it's passed through the Regional Conservation Forum without much change. Now, I think that doesn't have to happen. It could be something that's very robust and significant challenges to, if you feel that's a very big thing to do. But it would require, to start with, this laying out the background and basis of that argument as early as possible, such that it's something that's being woven into the process rather than being thrown in as a disruptive phase of the conversation.
Do you want to go back at it?
Go ahead.
I'm Jim Beckett, an early life form. Frank, you've actually just touched on one of the points. The point that I really want to make was that I think one has to step back on all these discussion of programs and that, and remember our biggest problem. To me, the biggest problem is getting the world to understand why we need to conserve nature. We tend to focus a lot of these things on what conservation measures are needed, not on educating people as to why they need to. Trying to get the people in urban areas out into the park to appreciate the wonders of nature. But if they don't understand why those have to be preserved, then we're going to lose this simply because there's not going to be the financial support, the political support behind these what will often be economically unpleasant realities. So we have to really focus on these things, on trying to get that message out. You have to convince people, you have to convince the farmers around here not to go out and drain their wetlands so that the bureaucrats don't come running in and say you can't do anything there because it's still a wetland. So you smartly turn around and drain your wetland and then it's no longer a wetland. So that education aspect and the science that's necessary to convince people as to why we have to conserve nature, why we have to conserve biodiversity, that is the focus that we tend to lose. Thank you.
Thank you. If I were to approach the IUCN strategic vision as it stands and make three remarks about how we need time to think about and how we want about delivery, one would be outreach and communication about the issues we talk about, such that we're talking to hundreds of millions of people rather than a few hundred thousand. About things that are of great interest to them, and that's choice wider interest in the world. The second would be finding a way for us to ensure that decision making in investments integrates the value of the issue of nature better. And the third one would be making sure that we have some way of building up the interest, capacity, and enthusiasm of young people to get involved. So I agree with you. There's not something better. I think we need to focus on it from a process of what to do, also from an impact what to do in an organizationally clever way, and we haven't done that yet. So I'm hoping that discussion will happen.
I'm Brian Roberts from the Forest Institute of Canada, and I've got a question of process for George. George, now that the European Union and its 28 state members, which are all members of the IUCN, have declared that trade in an abundant wildlife product is immoral, at least trade for profit is immoral, what steps are being taken to revoke the membership of the 28 members? They've clearly rejected IUCN principles and philosophy, so is there some process in play? I don't know. I did warn you, George.
You did warn me. So, are we taking any measures for this? Explicitly, no. We want to take it for the sanctions. So we have the sanctions. No, and I don't think there's any precedent in IUCN for throwing a member out because they have not agreed to IUCN policy. That's pretty much there. Now, do we want to head down that path? we think that we can have most influence by actually holding our members to account for our policies, and in this case, it worked against it, the sustainable use policy. That's a very interesting point of legitimate debate. But right now, within both the political and substantive conditions of IUCN, I can't see that happening. Now, that said, what I know you and others, Brian, have been really on about making sure that at least we find some way to hold our members to account. We don't have to throw them out. We have been working on that, but probably not nearly as well as we could have. We were late in our support of the WTO challenge. I think in the end our response was a very good one. We can talk about where it went and how. I thought it was actually quite a substantive one that made a very good argument as to why basically WTO was heading in the wrong direction by using public morals as a way of dealing with conservation sustainable use. That said, we didn't get it in time, we didn't have the influence. So I think there's a lot more we could be doing. But the political reality of IUCN is we're not going to throw out state members because they're so critical to achieving our parts of our mission.
Yeah, I wasn't seriously suggesting that because it's quite radical. You're quite right. The response that did finally go 3 months after the decision of the WTO, it was the wrong audience. I mean, the WTO at that point is finished with it. The audience, the more correct audience, would have been the European Union and questioning or asking for clarification, which is diplomacy for we don't understand what you're doing. If you read the WTO arguments presented by the EU before the panel, it completely rejects IUCN philosophy about adding values, about sustainable use. I mean, where are we going with this? This is a threat. Why are they members of the IUCN if they don't believe in its philosophy anymore? I mean, that's the basic question. We talk, as Jim and many others have said, about the need to educate people about conservation. Well, you've got governments who are the main source of revenue for this organization who say one thing at Congresses and act another way. We've had motions and resolutions passed at various Congresses. Clearly, in one case on seals, 2004, no more bans. 2008, accountability. Then they go home and everything's forgotten. I mean, this isn't working.
That'll be the last question for this.
Okay. So forgive me because I don't know the inner workings of the IUCN, but when I was thinking strategically about how maybe to influence the program, and I know next week people are going to be sitting down to start drafting it up, so time is of the essence, but we talked about some of the young people that were at the World Parks Congress, and I wouldn't know who to direct social media influence potentially from, but if we're talking about the importance of having young people be part of the program, be part of the World Conservation Congress, could we use that group of people to influence the program somehow through social media, I mean through No Walls or otherwise, to be spreading their message, their concern, their thinking that this is a priority issue to inspiring a new generation into the program. I don't know if there's been thought about that, or even some direction or advice from you about how maybe we could use their expertise to advance the program.
I think that's a very interesting idea. I would be inclined to believe that the strategy for putting together the regional conservation for won't spend a huge amount of time thinking about social media and input to it. I think we're fairly confident about it. That's not to say that it shouldn't be. I would think that we're required to ask the question of how it is that we can stimulate input from social media into the regional conservation forum. That would provoke a moderately long silence followed by some pretty urgent thinking. So I'll see what happens when that process is suggested, and we'll let you know. I think it's what should happen, and enabling it to happen such that then we have to produce a management response to it is the right way to go. So I'll see that. Okay. So the content of the regional conservation forum. We have the draft insertion program. The motions process, which by then, if George has his way, will have changed radically. Typically, the organisation. What conservation issues are that are relevant to the region and regional programme? What kind of capacity building is out there that we suggest as a priority? And then how the region we're concerned with can prepare, align itself, organise itself such that it can have the most important impact on the Congress. And we're obviously there as a consultation mechanism if there are other things out there including the regional conservation forum, such as, for instance, the importance of our social media. First of all, organising the agenda for the conservation forum, the regional conservation forum, and then also what happens in the Congress, and that's something we should be thinking about. Last time round, these were the dates that were used, so you can see there's quite a spread. We have to get our view of when appropriate date for the consultation as quickly as possible. Yes, possibly this is something we can have discussion on. And I think the dates for consultation
The date you had up to 2011.
Yeah, that was the previous one. These dates aren't set yet. I don't think there's anywhere that has formally decided when it should be that I can have their regional conservation forum yet. So if you're the first one in the list, then you get the choice. This is something that the committee and UK need to start as soon as possible. So this is the context of the input from the forum into the programme. We want to improve the programme, improve integration of the different units of the union, and then also have the opportunity to bring up some issues perhaps which are of global interest that might be of value discussing. For the motions, we want to be sure that we pick the ones that are most important, and as George remarked earlier, we don't spend time discussing stuff which is of pure interest. We need to be sure that the members are prepared for the Congress. This is quite a sort of heavy-duty process, not the forum so much, but the members of the Assembly. It's a very UN-like process, not a very detailed discussion on the language of motions, a great deal of debate. I think we need to be well prepared in ensuring we're coming to something which is the most constructive and possible. Agree with the idea of so this is more your framework pieces your So unless there are any other questions about the content and aim of the regional conservation forum,
One question just for the group is running a the window for input from the CC IUCN into that process is from May to September, I believe?
The major window is the forum, which is a one-day event.
Correct.
One day during that period. You can also contribute through memos or white papers or whatever it might be to the DG and to the team who are working on it, whenever you feel inclined.
Okay. So it would be helpful to get some feedback from the group on what date might be best, or at least period of time that might be best within that May to September period for a meeting of our group to provide that input.
I think think the slide that Brian showed earlier is actually pretty indicative of that to be 4 years before, but it's actually the same time window. So I think they happen about May to September, October, roughly. One point I will make, as a council member, the decisions on what we put up in front of you, we tested, built in, and so on, discussed, debated, will be, those decisions are taken early May. So realistically, for something to be in front of the members, it's probably, we're talking about late May, early June. But Frank's right, either or in early, if you will. And so if there's a sense in this room that as a membership, we would like to reconvene through CC IUCN early in, say, late May, early June, I think we can get that scheduled. Right? And there is a little bit of support that I've told the Secretary is going to provide us as a national committee, as well as other national regional committees to actually help make this happen. So, Rick, do you have a proposal? Is there sort of a week that might work?
Well, how about the end of the meeting?
So, the last week of May, I will put a little proviso on it, only to make sure we have the decisions out from council, so that we're ready. And I'll have to test whether, but certainly end of May, early June, I think is possible. But let us put in, can we think back to Major Laban, who's organizing these for the Congress Governance Constituency Unit, the end of May as Canadian birthday. Can I just have one other point on means of engagement? We are actually broadening the means for members to participate in program development beyond the forum and letters. And we're actually going to have some online consultations as well. So we're trying to get into some more substantive and sophisticated ways to help enable that. Now, how we make sense of that, we still need to work out. But I actually think there's going to be more opportunity over the period of several months, not just around the forums themselves, to actually influence the program. And one last thing, we're trying to reorganize the Congress so that there's actually more debate in the program at the Congress. It's part of the reform and motion process to create more room. So we're working very hard as a council to create the opportunity for members to reshape the program within perhaps some of the honest constraints that I think Frank suggested. But that said, there's going to be a lot more opportunity for member debate and involvement in developing the program this time.
So I'll call to the podium Jamie to talk about, to give us an activity report from the IUCN Academy of the Environment. And shortly after, in other business, we'll have another activity report from the United Commission.
I was going to start with an apology. I'll start with an apology anyway, but it may not be quite as relevant in circumstances. Ordinarily, when you get to the point of the meeting that's described as other business, you're ready to move on to the next activity because that's a signal that the meeting is over. But some inconsiderate clown stands up and raises another point. It is my function today to be that inconsiderate clown, but at least I'm here by invitation to talk to you a little bit about the IUCN Academy of Environmental Law. And I'd like to do that really by attempting to address 4 questions. Where did the IUCN Academy of Environmental Law come from? What is it? What does it do? And why would I be here as part of the CC IUCN agenda and annual meeting to talk about it? Question 1, about a decade ago, the Commission on Environmental Law, the Environmental Law Center, and others thought that it would be of some value to create a standalone organization focusing on research and capacity building in the general realm of environmental law, working through the decision-making process of IUCN. It was agreed in the early 2000s that such an organization would be established. So what is the IUCN Academy of Environmental Law? We are an independent organization that is independent, freestanding, but we contribute to the IUCN Environmental Law program in a way that is coordinated and elaborated on the basis of ongoing consultation. The mechanism that allows the Academy to be simultaneously an independent organization and an active contributor to the IUCN Environmental Law Program is a license agreement with IUCN. And it's that license agreement that brought into effect this independent organization. We are constituted as a Canadian not-for-profit corporation. And for those of you who've had to go through this like group in the last year or so, we recently continued under the new Canadian not-for-profit legislation. Currently, the Academy, in terms of membership, is comprised exclusively of institutions, and those institutions are overwhelmingly law schools around the world where environmental law constitutes a main element of the program. We have 180 member law schools in 60 countries, representing about 800 environmental law faculty. So, what do we do? There is a research program, loosely, as I've suggested, coordinated with the interests and priorities of IUCN's environmental law program. The Academy has done work on climate change in developing countries. We have a biofuels project underway. We have done a symposium and workshops with the Environmental Law Center on environment and human rights, among other topics. Secondly, on the capacity building front, the Academy worked with UNEP to produce the United Nations Environment Program training manual on international environmental law, 460-page small print, difficult to contend with document. And we are now in the process of working with UNEP to take those materials and put them into online teaching modules available in English, Spanish, French, and Chinese to make that kind of core learning about international environmental law more widely available. Also on the capacity building front, we are currently working with the Asian Development Bank to deliver what we describe as a training the trainers program. This will be a week-long workshop for Asian university faculty who would like to enhance their skills as teachers of environmental law. So that will be moving forward this spring. In connection with protected areas specifically, for the past probably 6 or 7 years, the Academy has worked with the Environmental Law Center in Bonn and members and representatives of the WCPA to work to formulate a guidelines document on protected areas law and governance. And we are currently working with the same group of partners to make that material available in an online training format featuring 12 modules available for credit or certification or something along those lines. So just by way of an example, a topic would be connectivity in protected areas management, what are the law and policy challenges, issues, best practices, solutions from the perspective of the leading framework. Then the third area of activity would be academic exchange and development. We have held annual conferences around the world. We published about 15 volumes of collected essays in the last decade, and a couple of years ago we launched mammoth. Let's see if we get there. But we have, under superb editorial leadership by Michael Boré from Europe, underway a multi-volume encyclopedia of environmental law being developed on a comparative basis by scholars from around the world. And that leads me to the last of my 4 questions. What on earth am I doing standing here at the CC IUCN meeting? The explanation for that is that it is the University of Ottawa that stepped up to the plate when this organization was being developed and offered to host it at the Faculty of Law. That is my day job, and as far as the dean knows, it's how I spend my time. But along with my colleague Yves Levoutier, the two of us have had the privilege of being co-executive directors to try and shepherd this organization along. I was delighted by the invitation to comment and say a few words, and I hope there will be opportunities for collaboration and cooperation. And as we all move forward, thank you.
Any questions from the floor? Thank you.
Just wondering, Dave, it seems like the Academy has quite a few activities going on, especially these large volumes, the capacity building that you referred to. Where does the funding come from?
In terms of funding for this activity, the University of Ottawa provides space, my time, Yves Levoutier's time. We have a manager, and her position is funded on the basis of an endowment that the university put in place in order to stabilize the administrative structure. All of the projects and activities that I've talked about would be project funded, typically by making a proposal to the Asian Development Bank or to UNEP, or on the academic side, our scholars would be dependent on going to their own research funding networks, whether that's in Europe or Australia or Canada, and they would describe a project that's effectively an academy project, but get scholarly funding to their own channels.
The next report will come from the IUCN Commission on Ecosystem Management. So I would like Nancy to come on the podium and talk about the Arctic Ecosystem Management thematic group. Thank you.
Thank you. Of course, I was not invited to be here. I just imposed myself with your attention because I think, of course, it is important. I would like to talk a bit about the Arctic IUCN challenge, which you let's say the Arctic white hole in the IUCN program. As many of you remember, around 2002, the Canada office of the IUCN was quite involved in developing an Arctic strategy. And it was accepted by Council at that time. But in typical IUCN, essentially, it took about a decade or so before real action started. And I would say that on the program side, that we have discussed today, in 2010, the IUCN started the Arctic, or not the Arctic Explorer program. Mark McConnell, I think in your office, I think played an important role, and in that sense, the US on the IUCN has played a significant support for any of the development work in the Arctic at the moment. So, if we look at a very synoptic perspective, and this slide, in fact, it's not really a slide, it's just a handout that I have for you that you can pick up. And it gives you a kind of snapshot of what we like to do in the next few years. But we all know that the IUCN has some activities in the Arctic. So the WCPA in the early days, not much at the moment. The Species Survival Commission, through specialists who really active contributed to the knowledge base of the Arctic. The Commission on Environmental Law has done every decade a kind of assessment of regulatory and legislation in the Arctic context. And in fact, is setting up a 4-hour task force at the moment, which I think is a significant help. What I see at the moment is that the IUCN is more responding to the Arctic challenge right now than ever in the past. Part of this response to the many resolutions at the various congresses is also the Commission on Ecosystem Management. Last year, with a number of people, as part of developing a task terms of reference for Arctic ecosystem management thematic group within the Commission on Ecosystem Management. They're in the context of this kind of one program strategy of the IUCN as well, therefore integrated with program activities too. So I would like to emphasize the fact that in the Arctic we have a very important organization, the Arctic Council. The Arctic Council has been a really significant leadership organization between the countries that have a mandate within the Arctic, from the US to Russia, Norway, Sweden, Iceland, and so on, Canada. And they have really developed a significant series of activities to develop a strong knowledge base. So we are looking at the CEM thematic task force that looks at how can we be an innovative partner in many of these activities. And these activities include, for example, helping on the side of vulnerability mapping, reinforcing the notion of developing guidelines for ecosystem-based management principles to be inserted in policy and management or other areas. The development of an Arctic policy in the short term for the IUCN as another step in the way that perhaps the Council can reflect and respond to strategies. But also we look at a different angle of focusing on sustainable financing for sustainable development, sustainable management of the Arctic at the ecosystem level and the community level. And one of the initiatives that we like to pursue is mapping financial flows. For example, if you look at the Reuters London report, they talk about a $100 billion investment in the Arctic in the next decade. This was before oil came down in price a bit, obviously. If we just could divert 5 or 10% of that to ecosystem management in the Arctic, these are things we like to look at. How do we adapt in the Arctic to climate change? In our group, we like to pursue the notion of using business models as adaptation tools. And so we look at ways and means of not just looking at bringing new products and services to the market, we're looking at how can we transform the models of oil companies, shipping companies, and mineral exploration companies in a way that they become partner in the management ecosystem that they use at the time. Essentially a full integrated partnership between communities, between government, and between the private sector. Each recognizes their role and responsibilities. So we think that we can have an angle into that by looking at the business model in a different way than before. That's essentially the message that they have. We have a number of those activities planned. I'm now in the form of looking for members who are in a staffing action. I'm looking for excited and innovative specialists that would like to contribute on the social, on the economic, or the ecosystem management side to the working group so that we can form specialists who that pursue these different angles. Our agenda is ambitious. We cannot do all, of course. It will be quite limited. But it depends on the number of people that join me. So since Canada, of course, is a big Arctic owner responsibility area, I would love to see a significant membership coming from the Canadian audience. And I'd like to invite you to use your network to suggest members to me. Thank you very much.
Is there any question or comments on Jean's presentation? Is there something else that one of you would like to discuss before we adjourn this workshop and start the AGM?
This is a point that perhaps goes back to George and Frank didn't raise, but in Stream 1, we talked a lot about what we needed to do to make this agenda happen, because we're really up against it from a global conservation perspective. And there was a lot of discussion about IUCN's ineffectiveness in terms of in the global world, and this idea that IUCN had to be far more activist in its approach. And IUCN is, because of its structure and because it represents governments, is tended not to be activists. Lots of protected area managers came up and said, listen, you guys, when all the rhinos are being poached out of my park, and I know it's being done by the regional governor, right? I need IUCN to go, what the heck, you know, to the country, to the president. And that's what I need IUCN for. And there was a call for, you know, an IUCN hotline. And I know this is an old idea. And this is not only an old idea in the Secretariat, but Nick will have been exposed to it. But it seems to me that part of the solution, as we talk about 2016 in Hawaii, is to make IUCN, you know, within some rural framework, of course, but far more activist in terms of promoting a conservation agenda than the softer peddling, you know, let's get kids in the park kind of thing.
George? I just assumed that you would like to see.
Well, I do want to respond because I think, you know, we can talk a lot about the content of the program, but the how we deliver, if you will, is actually where we're going to make the difference. And so there are kind of two levels of that. One thing, you know, I've been promoting is how we deliver by engaging our own constituency, which is much larger than the Secretariat. But you're saying, how do we have influence? And do we have influence by standing up and being activists? Do we have influence by putting our efforts not in the CBD, but in financial fora? So I personally, first of all, I agree with you. Secondly, we need a very strong signal from the membership that IUCN needs to start changing the focus of how it does, not what it's trying to achieve, but how it does things, to actually start bringing that down those paths. Now, you know, we are an interesting dynamic of NGOs and government organizations, and we need to find a way to sort that out. But I would love us to take stronger positions. And, you know, even Brian's idea, we need to be, do we bring in sanctions? I mean, let's look at those things and think how we can have more influence that way. So let's get it into the program discussion at that point.
I completely agree. The hotline idea is awesome, even if it's an old one. But I think there's also, the IUCN should be desiring in all nations to be the go-to organization for assessing when things are right or wrong, or giving interpretation, or that sort of thing. For example, you know, we've been talking a lot about moments where governments make decisions that, you know, that may or may not sort of fit into the various categories of IUCN protection. What if the IUCN were in fact the fair sort of stepping in, using policy that exists, and speaking to that in a way that's constructive and interactive, and in a way as an objective third party? I mean, I would love to see the IUCN playing that kind of role, whether it's at parliamentary committees or whether it's or whether it's just in terms of people making decisions on ecosystem-based management, whatever it is, at a very small level or a large level, the IUCN should be the fair arbiter that people turn to say, is this protected area or is it not? Is this well managed or is this not? You know, like, these are the kinds of things that I think if we set that as the goal for the IUCN, that would be an amazing role for the IUCN. Anyway, that's just a relative newcomer coming to this perspective, but it seems to me that would be very helpful.
Good point. Bill's to start, and Brian.
Just to follow up on, I'm Bill Rapley, Executive Director of Conservation, Education, and Wildlife at Toronto Zoo, and, you know, former CC IUCN board member, etc. But this connecting people to nature is a big mission for the zoological gardens and aquariums in Canada and the United States. We've really moved along, and we have many partners. Parks Canada was in all summer presenting programs, and actually a presentation is one of the shows. We work network right across the country, and I've I've brought some information that will update on the programs like Adopt a Pond, Frog Watch Ontario, the Turtle Tally, our First Nations Ways of Knowing program, which is funded through Environment Canada. And we all want to connect, we want partners. In the United States, there's 180 million people that visit the zoos and aquariums that are accredited, and that is more people that actually go to all the professional sports put together. So we have this network there, and in Canada, I think it's 12 million now, roughly, for attendance. Calgary Zoo, the Biodome, Rochelle that's here, and we want partnerships. We do a lot of work in the field. We have a lot of academic programs with graduate programs. So work together, and we really need to connect across the country more and more because the challenges are worse and worse, as we know. So connect people to nature, kids, children, really important.
Thank you, Bill.
Just like to pick up on some of Steve's comments. I mean, called soft activism. I would love to see IUCN more of an advocate. I mean, our whole organization is based on a philosophy of conservation, sustainable use, using renewable resources in a way that doesn't jeopardize future generations' ability to live. We all know that by rote. But when there are challenges to this philosophy and challenges to this approach to sustainable use, IUCN has absented itself from the conflict. Think of the recent sort of issue in Europe, which went on for many, many years, like 8 years. The sealing debate went on. Not once did IUCN approach and make a request to appear before a committee to explain what IUCN's philosophy is all about. And so in the absence of that, there's no advocacy for our way of thinking. And guess what? The other side, the non-use philosophy, gets the moral high ground. And so when it came to the crunch with WTO, as George talked about earlier, the only philosophy that WTO heard about was the non-use philosophy. IUCN was absent. It was far too late at that point. But when there was opportunities in the Netherlands and Belgium and France and other governments considering these things, IUCN made no effort to appear before the committees and say, well, that's one philosophy, we have another one. Here's our philosophy. Weigh them. What's the best advantage to humans in our relationship with the environment and the animals? The non-use one, where nature's there and we're over here, or we take part in that as the only species with the capacity to learn from history and to apply it. We have a moral obligation to apply our knowledge. If we abdicate ourselves from that, we're not following through on our moral obligation. I just wish IUCN would be more of an advocate.
Excellent point. So I would like to adjourn the workshop. I would like to call the AGM in order. So you have an agenda in front of you that was part of the document circulated today. And first item on the agenda is my report. Since, to start, I would like to acknowledge that there's an opportunity here for CC IUCN to influence the new IUCN agenda and to connect with the new leader of IUCN, Ingrid Anderson. So we haven't mentioned that earlier today, but I think it's an opportunity for CC IUCN and for IUCN to move the agenda forward. And to start, I would like every board member to stand and be recognized, please.
Numbers have sort of shrunk.
So, thank you. So since our last AGM, your board has been very busy working on a variety of issues, including the World Parks Congress, connecting youth with nature, IUCN governments, transitioning CC IUCN to the new Canada Non-for-Profit Corporation Act, communication, and membership. However, we have not been active on the National Conservation Plan as anticipated last year when we set our objectives for 2014. The opportunity to use the World Parks Congress to connect youth with nature was identified early in the year. A working group led by Elise Curley and Shailene Jurgis developed a youth ambassador program that has been supported with enthusiasm by the board. As reported during the discussion prior to the AGM, there's an opportunity to expand and connect further with youth. The coming months are promising. Also emerging from the World Parks Congress through Mike Wong's leadership, CC IUCN has extended an invitation to the Canadian Parks Council to explore ways to continue on Sydney's momentum in Canada. During 2014, your board established a working group on IUCN governance. The working group, led by Caroline Paredes, submitted to the IUCN and this advisory group on strengthening the motion process a variety of comments. As posted on our website that you all visit very regularly, I'm sure, the comments related to online debate and vote, limiting the number of motions, supporting key conservation and biodiversity issues, maximize coordination and consultation, and finally, providing an active role for regional conservation forum and national committees. With the support and the effort of Susan Goods and Sherry Ann Kennedy, CC IUCN completed the transition to the Canada Non-for-Profit Corporate Act. Your board has an ongoing conversation with SULI, which is the Sustainable Use of Livelihood Specialist Group, to explore what will be the best way for IUCN to react on the World Trade Organization decision supporting the European Community measures prohibiting the importation and marketing of seals product on public morale grounds. The website, Yammer, a newsletter and a blog has been used to relay CC IUCN activities and programs. Thank you to the youth ambassadors and to Rick Bates' team at the Canadian Wildlife Federation for posting new material when available. CC IUCN has been peripherally involved in situations relating to CBC documentary, Politics of Polar Bears, where the IUCN Polar Bear Specialist Group has been portrayed as biased and non-scientifically driven. The letter has been sent by the IUCN Species Survival Commission to CBC's Ombudsman, requesting that she review a number of issues of concern stated in the documentary. As many of you are aware, Ian Davidson, formerly from Nature Canada, took on a director position at another IUCN member organization, the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation in Washington, D.C. Consequently, Ian resigned from the CC IUCN board in February, and I want to thank him for his commitment. He has been on our board for 5 years, and I wish him all the best in his new role. On membership, I want to welcome Ontario Parks as a new member. We all know and appreciate its massive ability and potential to influence the conservation agenda in Canada. I look forward to see how they will contribute to the CC IUCN programs, which will hopefully lead to further partnership with other provincial agencies. Thank you again to the Museum of Nature for their help providing staff support from CC IUCN and hosting the meeting today. This being my last report as president of CC IUCN, I would like to take a moment to thank each one of you, the members, and all past and present directors for their ongoing commitment and support in advancing the IUCN missions in Canada. As you know, resources are limited, and the strength of CC IUCN resides in the leadership and expertise of the board, and I would like to really thank you all. Special thanks to Anne Hope and Susan Goods, because during my tenure, both of you have been tremendous support. Special thanks also to Mike Wong and George Green for their outstanding commitment to IUCN and CC IUCN. I feel very humble and privileged that I've been the president of this group during the last few years. And based on the energy and the comment that was shared today, I think CC IUCN has a potential to really, really move the agenda and be more influential in the IUCN family. So that's my report. I would like George to come to the podium and report, present a report from IUCN Council Affairs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Grandma. Just one point I don't want to lose that came up. I thought the point that Allison made, and this is actually the new board, I'm going to make a pitch. I thought the point that Allison Woodley made this morning about how, for example, what's come out of the World Parks Congress can be built into and used in Canada through CCIUCN and its membership is a really critical piece. So I'm just going to encourage the new board when it's elected shortly to make sure that that is on our radar screen, and more than that, to take it under as a priority, so we can look at which parts of that agenda we can move forward in Canada. And I didn't know there'd be another opportunity for that, but I think that was, I thought she made a very good case for that, and we have a tremendous opportunity. How can we mobilize this committee and its membership and the members of its members to do that? So, thank you. I'm supposed to speak about two things, and I'm going to spend only 1 minute on the first one. We can get the slide presentation up again, please. Slideshow, yes, please. There. So, I just want to, I don't want to go into the detail. The last time we met, there was a presentation on this process we have with the IUCN under council auspice of the framework for strengthening the union. It is a process, it's been online consultations. We're asking 6 big questions about the direction of the union. And some of the things that I've been hearing in the room here today, this is a vehicle for doing that. And so I think when we come to the Regional Consultation Forum, we want to start looking at some of the bigger changes that IUCN might need to make, either programmatically, to have the kinds of influence we've been talking about, or in terms of structure and governance. And so I'm going to speak about one element of governance. It's a small but important piece, but ultimately IUCN might need to reform itself over some years to continue to be relevant. So there is a vehicle for doing that through this consultation, and ultimately I hope a negotiation among the parts of IUCN what it should look like going forward, so we can have some real proposals at the next Congress on the changes we need as an organization overall. So I want to speak now about, this is supposed to be my report from council, but I'm going to focus on only one issue, which is the governance issues, and in particularly in response to the question that Mike raised about what's happened to the motions process. Just as very brief background, there's been a lot of both unhappiness but also support for the motions process. Support because the motions are the vehicle members have to exercise their rights in front of their colleagues and the world to make statements about what matters to them and conservation. But the process becomes so heavy and difficult that there's been a lot of concern that is grinding down the Congress. It's preventing us from talking about things that really matter. Mike said that some of the motions are not that important, and others that are really important we have no time to discuss. And we know in Congress we have no time to discuss the program, which is because of what IUCN does. The Congress in J2 put forward this motion asking this council, us, to reform that process, make changes to both how the resolutions process works and how once they're decided upon, they're actually implemented. Because it's great to have a hortatory decision, but if there's no resources or commitment to make it work, what's the point? So both the formulation process and how they're decided upon and how those decisions are then acted upon, called implementation of resolutions, are the center of the work that's been done. What I'm going to report here is something that's going to come to the members very soon by electronic vote for decision. It's a product of a piece of work led by this motions advisory group, which the Congress asked for by a man named Bertrand Lumont, who is a very active member of both the Species Survival Commission and of the Swiss National Committee. He got a 10-member team that's come up with a pretty good package in my view, in fact quite a substantial package that addresses many of the concerns that have been raised by members about the motions process. So I'll give you the main features and I'll talk a little bit about procedure. So the first thing that the process will do is that we are trying to find a mechanism so that we don't have to have everything discussed in infinite detail in the Congress. I think we had 155 motions at the last Congress, and they're dealt with on the floor, they're dealt with in contact groups. They're just so heavy, and not all of them need to be treated in that way. So this set of reforms, or motion process revisions,
will enable a substantial number of motions to be dealt through an electronic vote with discussion among members both through online means and through regional meetings, national meetings, so that we're only putting forward to the Congress those things that really are relevant at the global level, i.e. warrant to debate at the global level, is the language of the reform, and also that are of significant importance to conservation and the membership. So in other words, things that really are worthwhile having a face-to-face debate by them in Congress. Everything else is actually going to be voted on through an electronic voting procedure, online. And if we get this right, we're estimating that about half of the motions should be able to be treated through an electronic discussion, electronic vote, discussions face-to-face in regional conservation forums in front of national committees, so that what actually goes to the Congress are the things that matter the most for genuine face-to-face debate. However, it's very important because if the members right, the members want their decisions recognized, that every decision, whether it's taken by electronic ballot before the Congress or at the Congress in face-to-face debate and on the floor, will have the same weight. Every motion that becomes a resolution or recommendation will be an IUCN policy or guidance decision. Will have the same weight, but it will be voted upon en bloc. So if we have half of the motions going through a process that have an electronic vote, they will be formally adopted by the Congress in one vote, having been already approved by the members electronically. The others will be under debate at the Congress. There are issues around this. It's not easy. We've worked a lot, Eric. There's lots of questions around how we'll make that work. I believe there's lots of safeguards and protections for the members' rights that have been built into this to enable that. There's an appeals process. We're widening the motions working group which makes these decisions on behalf of the members to include members. There's not just going to be council making these decisions. And there's an appeals mechanism which also involves members. So it's going to be a test. People are going to be challenging that you can actually make decisions electronically. We have one legal challenge right now. But we believe that we have a very strong package here. The other elements of the package, the third bullet, is the role of national committees, regional committees that actively discuss and determine what they want to put forward as motions, to actually try and solve the problems behind local issues and motions that don't necessarily have to go to Congress. Because one of the objections that we've had are things that are local issues that are used at the Congress, and you have state members saying, I can't vote on an issue that involves Australia. In fact, I've heard that from Alan Matarel. On the other hand, what happens in Australia may be very important if it's a World Heritage issue, as an example. So we have to find that balance between what truly warrants discussion, debate by everybody in the Congress and those that can be dealt with by electronic ballot through local discussion or even resolution, using the vehicles that IUCN has as an NGO government body. So that third point is very, very important for the reforms. So what we're trying to do is to leave a lot more room for substantive discussion of the Congress on the things that are the big decisions that members take. On the program of IUCN, where we've had a lot of conversation here, on the financial plan, and how do we actually finance conservation. And ultimately, also enough room to properly debate those motions that do warrant global debate at the Congress. So we're trying to make room for the more important discussions at Congress and less for them that what I might call either pro forma or those that can be resolved at other levels. Motions working group, which is going to be comprised of council and 3 members, so 3 member representatives, will be making determinations on which of those 2 streams motions go into, and it's appealable. And if it's appealed, it then goes to the Congress Preparatory Committee, which is the highest body prior to the Congress, and through the Congress to the Congress Committee to make those decisions whether they're fairly treated or not. And just as a council, although you won't see it as members in the proposals we're putting forward for electronic vote, we're going to put in terms of reference that enable and ensure that the motions working group is in close contact with the membership on any decision it plans to make with motions that have been submitted, so that it will not be arbitrary. Motions working, if I may just finish this piece, if the motions working group decides that something can be dealt with through electronic vote, they will have to let the members know. Or if they think that there's 2 motions that need to be combined because they're on the same topic, there'll be a consultation with the membership to make sure that that's not done arbitrarily. Right?
Maybe this is a mic.
Mike, please.
Has the first step changed in terms of having 1 sponsor and 6 co-sponsors? Because that's not addressed.
No, it's the same.
Okay.
What we have done, however, there were two proposals. One, we actually wanted to broaden it more to the representation of those sponsors from several regions. We have a major objection, and we backed off on that one. There is a new provision which requires that if, say, the Canadian committee or a Canadian member wanted to put forward a motion for South America, one of the sponsors has to be from that region. So we're trying to create some balance and understanding across the regions.
Is there also weighting between sort of the government side and the NGO side? So
There's no weighting.
So
in terms of motions going forward, any member can put it forward, government, non-government. In terms of vote, it's like all IUCN votes, both the government house and the non-government house has to approve.
I'm just thinking in terms of these committees as they review the importance of them.
You've not thought of that?
You know, well, if you're, say the Canadian group or 7 in Canada choose to put forward a motion, draft it up, and it's all 7 NGOs, I could see it going to a committee and they're saying, well, that's just 7. But if you had sort of one European government and sort of somebody from Africa and so on, and you were more global in terms of the interest in whatever your motion is, I would see a committee giving more weight to that sort of motion than one which was a, quote, smaller group from just the NGO house.
No, we've not chosen to address that, but that's a very good point. It could actually be built into the recommended procedures, if you will, because that will strengthen those motions. I agree with you. And we're trying very much to encourage much more member debate ahead of the Congress to get the best things forward for the right decision. So that's a package of reforms. I'm just going to mention that we were mandated, we were actually mandated by Congress to make this happen between Congresses. Otherwise, it would have been a 6-year process. So in other words, and what's going to happen is Council, within the next week, is going to have its own electronic ballot on this set of reforms that have been turned into statutory changes, meaning the rules of procedure of the Congress, that I've just signed off on, the President is signing off on today. And they will go out to Council for approval by electronic ballot. And then we've created a set of procedures whereby members will be notified for a 6-week period that this is coming. They'll actually see all the proposals. They will get another 8-week period to actually say, know when the vote is going to come, and then 2 weeks to vote. So we're actually creating a 3-month period for every member to get their heads around and make their own decisions, prepare their own decisions on anything that goes to Congress, to electronic ballot by the members, in proxy of Congress. And the statute already allows us to use mail ballot. We're just modernizing that into electronic ballot. And I must say that, Cameron, you talked a little bit about the work with the Canadian Committee on Governance Issues. I can tell you that at least a couple of those points, including those timelines, were very strongly pushed by Mary Cassette and others who contributed to that. So we listened a lot to members to strengthen and lengthen the time of consideration and notice so that members can make a wise decision when they're not in Congress. We're also going to be putting in front of members a cleanup of the statutes having to do with simplifying accreditation procedures for Congress and timelines, like tightening and being clear on timelines. So overall, trying to make the Congress work better. And this is a package that each of you as members of IUCN will be seeing. You should be getting notice, I would say, probably in early February. You'll be given 8 weeks to look at the package. You'll be given a 6-week notice, so that means we're into mid-March. You'll get 6 weeks to know that there's a vote coming, and the vote will take place in mid-April to end of April. And those are very important dates because it allows Council to say, all right, the members have agreed or not, but if the members have approved these reforms, we then will design the new Congress in May along those lines. I just want to touch on 3 other points.
Could I ask one question?
Fine.
Yes. How will this affect contact groups? Is the objective here to actually eliminate the need for contact groups?
No. Contact groups will continue in Congress on those items that come to Congress that warrant global debate. And we are going to encourage an online form of contact group, online consultation and debate and discussion using the portal and other means as a proxy for the others. That's written into the reform, so I can see that.
Because that's where all the time is consumed, the contact.
It's where the time is consumed, it's also where members learn and inform themselves of the right decisions. So we didn't want to undermine that.
Right, but you're also
create another vehicle for it.
You're also physically limited if you're an NGO with only one representative there and you got 3 or 4 different motions going at the same time, how could you be in all those contact groups at the same
And we
time?
hope that there's half the motions, it'll be easier. So this is the timeline I just mentioned for the ballots. So what's in green are the things that we're going to put the members for vote. Reform to the motions process, and to sort of a smooth functioning of the Congress, procedural matters mostly. And then we have these other governance issues that were I marked consultation. We're looking at how to improve our reform election procedures, the issue of the commitments of local and regional governments, which was from the last Congress coming back. A very important point, which I'm going to show on slide on Indigenous peoples. I'm going to go back up. Back up. One other important governance issue that came up at the last Congress, very much pushed by the Canadian Committee and also South American members, is the role of Indigenous peoples in IUCN. And so we had out of the Congress, we were directed as Council to create a task force, a working group involving our Indigenous peoples members. IPK, ICC, the Cree Nations just joined IUCN, is also now a member of this group, are looking at ways to bring formal recognition and a category for Indigenous peoples into IUCN. And the working group has developed 2 options right now. One is a fairly radical option. You would actually create a whole new category of IPOs that would be like governments, NGOs, and IPOs. Or a second one, the second option, which brings in a distinct subcategory of non-governmental organizations with 2 parts of IUCN. We're in the middle of debate around that. We will be going to member consultation on these formal proposals in the next few months, and John Chichu, IPK, and the other Indigenous peoples organizations that are already IUCN members are going to be helping shape what that looks like for member consultation. To me, it's a very critical point. We need to get this one right. I'm going to skip that detailed process, Chuck, but I'll make sure it'll fix it. And then just 2 last things, if I may, Mr. Chair. I want to highlight that IUCN finally, after many years, has its members portal up and running. And although it's not yet perfect, it's actually a very, very good place for IUCN members to get information about IUCN activities, about other members, about the commissions. We can actually find who's who in the commissions now. It's available to all members. And it's also a place where we can be posting our own things. So I would like us to encourage, as a Canadian community, to post this great work we've been doing on our youth involvement and the initiatives and the outcomes of that on that site, so that we can inform the rest of our membership. Finally, I think you know that IUCN just this week, actually, beginning this week, has had a formal change in leadership. Julia Martin-Lefebvre stepped down as of last Friday, January 9th. And I just wanted to acknowledge the tremendous work that Julie has done. She was Director General of IUCN for 8 years. If you had more time, I would do video, but let me just acknowledge what we as council members have on the tremendous effort, but beyond that, how she's really helped raise the game of IUCN. She has been probably the most responsive of the Director Generals in terms of membership, in terms of working with the parts of the union. And so we have given her very strong recognition, and she's going off to do other things, live in Paris, and be on a bunch of NGO and academic boards. And our new Director General is Inger Anderson. Inger started on Monday. She's Danish. She has a very interesting combination of an NGO background on the field in Africa, and then long time at the World Bank. She's put forward some major changes in the World Bank when she was Vice President of Sustainable Development. She has a substantive technical background in water resources management, and we chose her for the second last bullet, her strategic leadership, her strong management capabilities and style, her resource mobilization capacities, and I will add another bullet, which we're already starting to see as council, her vision. I think she's going to be very much supportive of the kinds of changes that I've been hearing in the room here, that IUCN has to up its game and do things differently. And I think, actually, Inger is going to be very much pushing that. and I'm looking forward to seeing what we hear on, and more on that. But I'm very, very pleased. We as a council think we've made a wonderful choice, and I think we're going to see some changes. So, thank you very much.
Ryan, you have a question?
I did. I'd like to go back to that. I'd like to get back to discussion about this possible third house for Aboriginal people. This is a real can of worms.
We know. I'm very well aware.
I mean, are they governments or not?
That's the issue.
I mean, in some countries, like in Canada, Aboriginal communities have certain constitutional rights of governance over their resources and so on. In other countries, they have none. And so I could see in those countries, if the IUCN raises the level of those indigenous groups to quasi-government status, this could cause real political problems inside those countries. So
I'm very well aware of this. What we are trying to do in those two options is to honestly and fairly reflect what Congress asked us to look at. And so we are looking at genuine options. There are we've done quite a detailed analysis, actually, Brian, of that first option. We recognize the risks and the concerns around it, both at the level of every government of the world, because they differ on the states of indigenous people, and also what it means to the IUCN structure. It's actually going to be fundamental change to the IUCN voting structure. However, it's one of the two options that our indigenous people members feel should be put forward. We're going to consult on those. The second one is actually probably more viable. And we need to learn from our process on local and regional governments, where the members barely turned that down last time. This is a very conservative organization, I'm afraid. Very. And I call upon our membership who believe that, let's say, option 2 is the right one, to really advocate, push for that, because that's the way we're going to make change. We're not going to make change by being the same types of organizations only, the same gray-haired people only running this place. And so we do need to make these changes. But I'm very well aware of the risks around that first option.
Sure. At the risk of prolonging that conversation, I do think that there is value, though, in considering the hybrid, because the option 1 does sort of make a statement that kind of, separates them from everyone else. Option 2 relegates them to the NGO sort of world. The other option is, of course, to recognize them in whichever sector that their local constitutions or laws or governments might interpret. I think that hybrid might actually be a far better solution than to try to either shoehorn them into the NGO world, where you'll be insulting them, those that are considered governments, I think, and likewise that you separate them, and then they're sort of this in between place. I mean, I don't know, but I think there's
I think it's a very interesting idea, because one of our principles has to be, to respond to Brian's concern, that in the end it has to be as national law allows or dictates, right? So can I, on the second point, Eric, why don't you talk to John Chichu? We're going to have the next round of working group meeting on this quite soon. John's represented, he's on there. And let's get that idea in there and see if we can make a better solution. It's a great idea.
George, I suggest a simple test. I mean, if an organization applies for membership, the question from the organization is, do you have any management responsibilities as a government? Do you have constitutional authority within your country to manage X, Y, Z resources? If you do, then you're a quasi-government. You go in that category. If not, then you're an NGO. So the dividing line I would suggest is whether there's competent authority responsibilities or not. And if it's black and white test.
I'm not sure quite black and white, but it's a very strong test, and it's actually the one we used in putting forward the proposition on local and regional government last time. So that's very good. Thank you.
Very good suggestion. Ryan Nelson, you're next. We'll have our treasurer's report and see how our finance are doing.
Okay. The report on our finances is quite straightforward, this organization. As you can see, there's not a lot of figures to deal with. It still managed to confuse me. I was missing $2,000 at one point. I spent many hours adding and re-adding and subtracting. And I was still at $2,000. I couldn't figure it out. So Susan finally bailed me out to show what had happened.
You can see that we started out with 31,687, including our GICs. I'm sorry. I'm not sure what it is on FASA, but it's a guaranteed investment certificate. You're getting a monthly sum of 1.2% interest, I think, on it. So what we decided to do last year was to cash in our GICs, which was more than half of our resources, which they were sitting in this interest-bearing account, and so we have cash. If you go to the next, can't go to the next one. Thank you very much. It's great. Next slide, you'll see our income for the year's dues, $4,000. Bank interest, 20 cents. Sign of the times. Okay, but then we actually add those two figures, $291.95 for our GACs, which has been where about 2/3 of our cash is residing. So we benefit from that. We cashed all that in to get ready for our major expenditure, which is to send the 4 youth delegates to the Parks Congress. So our total income for the year was $4,292.15. Tap this is going to work. Thank you very much. By the end of this, I'll get it. All right, so there's the summary. Our expenses exceeded our revenue by $8,105. In fact, if you look at that one line, the WPC travel advance is $8,000. There's another $2,000 we have to come. That's what we did for 4 delegates, was to give them $2,000 advance, allow them to purchase their tickets, pay for hotels. And then my requirement was that they provide us with a report and the travel claims, legitimate expenses to get the $500 balance. None of them have done that yet. They have done the report, but I require a physical report as well. They know that. So both of them have promised me, on behalf of the other two as well, that those reports are forthcoming. So you can see that our major expense was support for youth at the FPC. Closing balance was $22,582. Yes. Yeah. $23,582. So we dropped by just over $8,000 over the year. What we'll be discussing later on, there's a proposal for discussion before the board of an increase in membership dues. We have not had the last increase effective was 1991. So 24 years ago. We're still operating in the same dues structure since 1991, so I think it's about time. Having said that, we have seen a migration of members, particularly government members, over the last several years. And each and every one of them said the reason they were leaving was fiscal. They couldn't afford to be members anymore. I don't believe them for long. Neither does George. But if we're going to increase our dues, if that really was the reason, are they going to come back? Now it's going to cost them twice as much? I don't know. So, for the forthcoming year, I would suggest that we prepare for Congress, put the money that we have, 2/3 of it or so, in the GIC for the next 12 to 18 months. And I think, having heard all those wonderful comments from Parks Canada, all the way up to the head of Canal, about the importance of youth and the need to sow seeds there, I think we should be giving a request of, say, $20,000 to Parks Canada to support youth attendance at Congress. I mean, your boss has supported the idea. I heard you say so. So expect a letter. Just not to touch a lot, of course. Just a rough breakdown here in terms of membership. This is not my report. It's written here. We now have 3 federal government members only: Parks, Museum, Environment Canada. That's it. We're down to 3. We have 1. And I may have been remiss last year. I said we had none at the British territorial level. That may have been mandatory and not be the news last year. Show up. So I apologize if I missed them, but they are now our only provincial territorial government, General Natural Resources. We get a new memory? Okay, then I was right. I don't take my fault in that. I think there were members once before in the past, as were Manitoba, NWT, Yukon, and so on. They all withered away for fiscal reasons, apparently. We have 58 individual members, and we have 27 NGO members. I would suggest, again, as your treasurer, that based on the great success I think we've had of youth delegate support at the World Parks Congress, in the next 20 months as we prepare for the Congress, I think that's the direction we ought to go and consider. If we want to plant these seeds during the road, we should really be looking at our next major expenditure being finding some way to support existing source of revenue and hopefully from other sources, and an even larger number of youth delegates attending. So any questions on my very, very simplified report? Thank you very much.
Any question to the treasurer?
No, I was just saying that I think we're dealing with two different things. One is with receiving the Treasurer's report. The second one is the policy, or what future work should be done by CC IUCN.
Yeah.
So, you know, I think the comments are right, but we're dealing with two different things.
Good. So I would like to have a motion to approve this report. And seconder? Thank you very much. The next report is mine again. It's about the nominating committee. There'll be a few slides. And currently, there's 9 directors on the CN board and 1 vacant position. According to our bylaws, the number of directors can vary from 6 to 10. Directors are elected to hold office for a term of 2 years, renewable for another 2 terms to a maximum of 3 consecutive terms. 4 directors are completing their 2-year term. Gathering up, myself, Dominique, and Brian. As I mentioned earlier, 1 director resigned during 2014, and we have not filled that position. Therefore, there's 5 seats on the CC IUCN board up to election by the Assembly today. Carolina, Dominique, and Brian have expressed their interest to run for re-election and continue to serve on CC IUCN board. Thank you very much for each one of you. Eleanor Plast, CEO of Nature Canada and National Léger, directrice du Vivant de Montréal, have expressed strong interest to join CC IUCN board. Both have an impressive background, leadership skills, and they are leading fantastic conservation organization. The nominating committee believes these candidates will strengthen CC IUCN abilities to make a difference. So that's the report from the nominating committee. And before endorsing those candidates, I need to ask if there's any nomination from the floor. Is it those moments that I have to repeat the question 3 times? Is there any nomination from the floor? So can I have a motion to accept the report and to elect Carolina, Dominique, Brian, Eleanor, and Rachel on our board? I have a motion here, a seconder. All in favor? I don't know the name of the gentleman, but I'll catch up later and I'll. Yes, we'll catch up later. So I think, anyone opposed? Carried. Thank you very much.
Did you mention the board members will continue on?
No mention of that.
Could you maybe just inform members of those 4 that are continuing on? The ones who are not up because of 3-year terms, they were up last year. Just so we can see the picture of the whole board.
Okay. There's Mike. Rick. Yes?
Sorry. We were both in the same organization, only one of us controlled. He didn't realize I had my hand up.
Oh, okay.
So we use that, another second.
I need another seconder for the previous
Bill.
motion.
Bill.
Bill.
Sorry about that.
I'm sorry, Clem, it was just an information point. I just wanted to make sure that the members are aware of the full list of the new board. That's all I was asking, which include those who are still in midterm. So maybe Mike would just...
So the 4 board members who are remaining include Rick Bates, myself, as well as the 2 youth board members, Elise Curry and Sheila Jukas.
Must be another one. 24. So 4 or 5? Now it's still 9.
Yeah. So that's easy. 1 week. Is there still a vacancy? There is.
The maths doesn't add up. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So in the new business, I wanted to say a few words about the dues that have been raised since 1991. I know that must be at least a topic of conversation in the board during the next conference call. And I cannot presume what will be the outcome of the conversation on the dues, but I can tell you that the only way that we can justify increasing the dues is there's a value perceived by the members. And I think today we have been able to demonstrate that there's some values coming from our conversation and actions. So stay tuned, and the board will connect with you and talk about this in the coming months, probably. And maybe in my closing remarks, please talk to my organization that are not present today. Talk about what we have learned today. Talk about the momentum that we're trying to create, and share the value that you perceive in the work of CC IUCN. And hopefully they will be curious enough to visit our website, contact us, and hopefully join CC IUCN as a member. Yes.
I'm just following up partly on Jim's math. You, and I think we will probably have a separate statement on this, have said that you are stepping down.
It's the end of my
because you have no choice. Your mandate is done, yes. And maybe I was out of the room, but have we elected a new president?
No, that's not the, based on the bylaws, it's a decision by the
Then I think that needs to be made clear that, I'm sorry, okay, I just didn't know where that stands. I should know because I used to be the chair, but I think it'd be important for the members to understand the process and how that will happen.
So the process is that we are electing directors, and the directors are electing their president. Yes.
In that same spirit, that I'd like to move a motion of thanks to you, Gemma, for your work over the years as the chair of this organization and for leading us through really a great time of growth. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
This is under new business. Is this the time in the agenda to talk about that?
I think so.
Okay.
Comment on dues.
Okay, well, why don't you have a comment on dues first then? This isn't on dues.
Having gone through as some time ago as to why a government organisation should continue to pay its dues, I like to think that while I was there, we continued to pay it, but after I left, they backed out. But the point is that you're going to have a hard time justifying to people an increase in dues when you've still got $20,000 in the bank. Yes, there's 8,000 down this year because of the support. And even if you projected a debit of 10,000, 12,000 for the next fiscal year, people are still not going to be sympathetic, particularly people coming in, to an increase. Well, people coming in won't know that there's an increase, but you're likely to lose more people because of the increase. I just think that the ambience of having that sort of a balance, even though you had an $8,000 deficit in 1 year, is not good to propose an increase in dues. Thank you.
Good point, but what I've mentioned is has to be discussed at the board, and they might decide not to, or largely certain categories. I don't know, maybe to postpone this for another year. But when we had the conversation about the youth ambassador program, we looked at our bank account and said, okay, we have the possibility to do this, and I think it's been a tremendous year because we have invested in our core business, which is to connect Canadian to nature and promote IUCN agenda. And today we have a fantastic report that I think will move the needle. So we need to continue to do this, and the board will. We have the resources to do this at least for them.
You have the existing resources.
In terms of our agenda for the next year, there's one I'd like to suggest the board consider at its first meeting, and maybe even involve a wider membership. And this has to do with the IUCN agenda and the ACHI targets. The IUCN has agreed to support the meeting of the ACHI targets. We've agreed that by resolution in Jeju. And it's very clear Canada is not on track to meet the ACHI targets. Anybody who's worked in Conservation Canada for a long time has seen a whole series of missed goals in conservation. And it's really clear, to me anyway, that we're nowhere near meeting those, achieving those goals, even the specific one on Target 11. So I think that the IUCN, the Canadian Committee of the IUCN, might want to look at how it might assist, because that is the context in which IUCN offered the Government of Canada to think about, develop a plan for meeting those goals. We have 5 years left. Are we going to wait till we get to 2020 and go, oh shucks, came nowhere close? Because lots of countries are working hard on this, and we're not, at least in my view, as a country working hard on this to get there. So in terms of being relevant, I think this is an area where we can be really relevant, and I suggest this be core to our agenda.
Thank you very much. This is an excellent suggestion, and we'll urge the next board to deliberate on this and act on it. So, any other topics that you would like to discuss? So I need a motion to adjourn the meeting. I think so. Right. Okay. So thank you. That's it. I would like to invite the new board to just stay here for a conversation and maybe a short 10 to 15 minute meeting at the most. We need you to conduct some business.